Hi guys. Hi Ian Lee. Oh my gosh, bunnies. Hi. How are you? It's been a minute. How are you doing? And hi Gamer Wheels. Hi dear, welcome back. Hi Dino. Good to see you. How is everybody doing today? I put us in just chatting because I'm still trying to feel out what I feel like doing today. So we'll see. I'm not sure what we want to do yet today. Hi Samantha, welcome back dear, good to see you. Oh yeah, maybe that's what we should do first. Maybe we should actually do the raffle first. Thank you Streamlabs. Because I've literally let this raffle go on for like, literally it's almost gonna be 2 weeks now. Today would be 2 weeks that this raffle, 2 weeks beyond what it should have been. So it's probably been actually almost a month this raffle has been like going on. So we should probably get that finished before I forget once again. Hey, what they want? Good to see you. You like my hair, Samantha? Thank you. It's been like this for a few days, so I have not washed my hair. Three years later. Yes, that's exactly what we were doing. But anyway, in the giveaway, all of it fits in this little bin here. Our worry stone necklace. Our sage. Hi Tarot Nick, welcome in dear. Good to see you. Our sage. Not rolled by me, so it won't burn in one go. Our little crystal parrot. He's really cool, actually. 2 amethyst tumblestones and a evil eye keychain. This is what we have in there. It is going to be the final giveaway that has like physical items for me to mail. Hey Nerdmeister, welcome in dear. Unwashed hair is the best. Thank you Samantha. It is kind of nice. I feel like the oils in your hair get more evened out when you like don't wash it like all the time, like vigorously. Hey Nubcake. So it's gonna be the last physical item kind of giveaway that we're gonna be doing. After that, I think what I'm gonna start raffling off is a free private session, because number one, it'll help more people. Not that physical items don't help people, but I feel like it'll be a bit deeper aid than it would just getting stuff. Because really, if you guys wanted stuff, I feel like you guys could go get more stuff. You know what I'm trying to say? So I'm really kind of gearing towards switching our giveaway to a free private session, basically. So that's kind of what's coming up. I've also updated my Patreon, where I have also included one-on-ones in certain tiers for Patreon too. So I'm trying to be a little more available in a more direct way. So hopefully that's helping people. I hope you guys like that idea, because it's cost a lot actually to ship, especially when a lot of you are across the world. Ian Lee says it does help your hair a lot. I agree, it really does. The more you wash your hair, the greasier it gets. Yeah. And sometimes I'll even just shower or bathe and like not even use shampoo. I'll just like, it got wet. Like my hair just got wet, so. You didn't join the raffle? Really? Maybe we should draw that first thing before we get too far in, because the last thing I want to do is forget once again to do the stinking raffle. So let's go in and do that, because people have had like 2 weeks. So let's go to the CloudBot here. And giveaway. Because right now we have 42 tickets. For the number in the universe. The universal number is 42. The answer is 42. There's 42 people in there. Alright, so we're going to close entries. Are you guys ready to pick a winner? It is 42, yeah. You're not a fan of owning stuff in your life. My only weakness are consoles. It's okay, Dino. So you might actually appreciate like a private one-on-one winner instead for the raffles. Okay, so let me screen. Oh no, actually Streamlabs does say who's won. So let's pick a winner. Let's do a drum roll with our drum. Since I have a drum now. What? A drum roll with our drum. Are we ready? The winner is... It's Jen! Okay. It's Jen Cat Lady. Aw, she won the last one. That's good. Good for her. So yay, Jen. Now it will stop saying something. Streamlabs will. It's my actual drum. Perfect. Alright, I feel accomplished now. That was kind of looming over my head to do. You just started a painting and you love the idea of the Patreon website. Are there instructional videos? So Samantha, right now my Patreon is organized around creative healing through creativity. So they are a little bit instructional, but because my artwork is intuitive, it's not going to be super technical. It's going to be something that's a little more free form, which can be very difficult for people to grasp. However, if you do join, I do offer one-on-one guidance if you're trying to execute something in the painting and you're struggling to like get that to come through. I do have a separate section to take care of those kind of questions and concerns. Plus, if you are live during the actual stream on Patreon, then I will be open for direct guidance and aid then too. So yes, you can get technical execution help with painting, but the class itself is geared around healing yourself through naturally and through the process of opening yourself up more creatively. So that's the whole goal of that particular class. Which, if you're expecting very standard instructional painting course, it's gonna feel weird because it's not really holding your hand kind of thing. But it's meant for creative expansion and trusting yourself. So, yeah, congrats, Jen. We'll have to tell her that she's won. I'll hunt her down. Hi, Matthew. Welcome in, dear. Good to see you. How are you doing today? I do feel like I actually have more energy than I thought I would. Let's complete that. Because I have been having a hard time with, like, the moon, especially. I don't know if, like, our full moon ceremony, like, I released so much garbage that, like, I just been really drained ever since we did it. But today I'm feeling actually really good. So we may actually open up a queue for those who want some readings. Are you having a bad day, Ian Lee? I'm sorry, sweetie. What does it mean, ability to schedule a once-a-month private session? We can't book private readings without being on Patreon? No, you can. It's just the price would be, you wouldn't pay extra if you're a patron. You wouldn't be paying extra to do that. Whereas if you are not a patron and you just want to book a session, it's like $40. So like, let's say you're not a patron and you just come in and you're like, I want a private session. It's $40, like outside of Twitch. Like, I don't charge anything if you're on Twitch. Like, this is all free on Twitch, right? But if you want a private one-on-one, it's $40. However, if you're a patron, a higher tiered patron, you basically get a significant discount by being a patron. So you get access to my creative painting course, and you also would then get access to a one-on-one scheduled session. So it's kind of like gaining more by being a little more consistently supportive on multiple platforms for me. So it's kind of like saying thank you for supporting me beyond just Twitch and what I do. So you can still, but it's just a cheaper route for people who might. It's just a cheaper route for people who want to be supportive but maybe aren't sure if they really want to fork out that much for a private. No, I don't think so, Dino. I don't think so. It's only once a month. If it gets too out of hand, if I end up having like 50 tier 10 people, I might have to reconsider it. And thank you for the follow, Anelia. Yeah, I might have to reconsider it if it gets too out of hand, but currently that's not something that's outrageous. Hey, crazy bro, welcome in, dear. It is a tarot night tonight, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. You're having a bad day, Ian Lee. I'm so sorry, dear. But you're feeling relaxed, Matthew. That's good. This is amazing. I love that. I'm not after instructional necessarily, so that's perfect. I used to draw, and recently I started exploring my spiritual side, so I decided to get some paints and be more creative. I'll definitely join. It's really nice, and it's suggested that you can get a book to go with it, because I do have a book that we are using, but I build the course around the book not being absolutely necessary, but it does help. It's kind of like a sister tool that we're using. So this book that we're using in that patron class is called The Artist's Way. It's a spiritual path to higher creativity. So that is a additional tool that we're using for the course. But with the way that I've built the class, you don't have to have the book. It's just some people really want to have the book because they really like it. So, but it's not necessary. I read the stuff to you. We work on the tasks and kind of homework together, like during the course, so it's not really absolutely necessary, but it can be helpful. You feel drained, Moo Voodoo? I'm sorry, dear. I'm sorry. Oh, that does remind me. I'll have to change my redemptions because we're doing a queue today. I'll have to do my redemption. I've changed my redemptions because I can't manage to do a queue and keep track of all the channel point things. But I'll do your guard, Moo Voodoo. I just have to go change it so we can go back. Pondering question card. We can handle that. You've been feeling sluggish too, Zalian. Yeah, ever since the full moon ceremony that we did, I've been feeling way drained. But I think that's just because... I think that's just because of what we were doing. Wow. And because I'm a girl. I am woman. I am woman, so I get drained. Alright. Let's show this. You're gonna pop off, Samantha. Okay, dear. Glad to have you for a minute. I hope you enjoy, hon. There's not too many in now, Sky. So you could join if you wanted, dear. I'm glad to see you, Sky. But Patreon takes their part too, so sending it directly to your PayPal would make sense or not. I'm too confused. It's okay. So it says, what kind of advice on life would I give to my younger self? What kind of advice would I give to my younger self? This is about healing your inner child. This is about healing the inner child, Muvudu. This is kind of like saying your inner child is trying to tell you that it's feeling unfulfilled in some way. So it's about going back and having a conversation. Consoling your inner child by offering them some good advice. So what kind of advice on life would you give to your younger self? Because you've grown and learned stuff recently. You have grown, you have expanded as a person, you have learned a lot of stuff. So what is it that you need to remember that you've learned? Hi, Skull Cat. Just an update from your spirit friend. Okay, that's fine, Sky. The world has been in a state of flux recently. There's bound to be some lack of energy with the weight of reality. I think for me it was just, we did that full moon release and I just felt really drained ever since then. So I think that's what it was for sure, because I've never actually done a full moon ritual before. I've done it maybe once or twice in my own time, but I've never done one collectively. Like, I've never done one on stream where like I'm helping more than just myself at that point in time. So I think that had a lot to do with it. And plus, because of how long we let that go for, I feel like because of how long we let that go for, there was all that extra intention building up into it. So I definitely feel like that is why, for sure, the extra momentum. There's always another way. Yeah, there is. Hi, Skull Kid. Welcome in, dear. Muvudu says I should have dated more people before COVID. You just got over your last relationship and you're about to start dating again. Hi, Devo. Welcome in, sweetheart. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. So let's move some people over in queue so we can get started here. So, Ian Lee, you'll be first, since I know I have you on my list as asking multiple times, but I haven't got a chance to get to you. Internet of Hings, you were also on my list last time. Then we'll do Dino, Rob, Sky, and Gamer Wheels. Just because you always seem to get in first, you know? So I hope that's okay. Hi, Rob. It's good to see you, sweetheart. It never hurts to have time for self-reflection. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. I feel like for me it's been really hard to, more recently, and this is me just admitting how human I am. For me it's been really hard to focus on like what I feel like I need. That doesn't include anybody else other than me, if that makes sense. Like, 'cause I'm such a giver. Or a lot of the time I've been, I don't know, in my life it always seems like, you ever go from like one relationship to another relationship to another relationship to another relationship to another, you know what I mean? Like, there's always somebody, you know what I'm trying to say? That you might even be sharing you might even be sharing your life with at some point. Like, there's always, you know? So that's kind of like the energy I'm working with now, is like, how do I, because it's okay to do that, right? But at the same time, like, I don't want to be overly involved, because then I'm not making time for me. So then it's like, how do I balance that? I feel like for me right now, this is like a lesson for me, because I can get lost in relationships with other people, right? Like, only show parts of who I am as a person, not to like deplete myself or water myself down, but to be more palatable, I guess you could say. But I think we all do that. So I feel like for me right now, this is definitely something that I'm trying to work on, very focused. Like, why is that still a trigger? You know, why is this falling back in? I don't know. I feel like there's something for me to learn there. Like, it's not bad that I'm there now, but at the same time, I feel like there's something there, like, waiting for me to, like, discover it and, like, uncover it and, like, learn from it. So I'm like, That makes complete sense. Is it okay to redeem a reward when you're in between people in the queue? I'm actually going to shut off the points for today, because it's way too hard for me to keep track of people redeeming points and a queue. It's like way too much. Like, I already struggle with chat sometimes. And I know I consistently miss your guys' redemptions on those. It's just too much. Not that I don't like the channel points, but it's too much when I have a queue. My brain just can't keep track, and I feel awful if I miss your guys' stuff. So I'll shut up the stuff we can't do today. Hold on. Since we have the perfect. Okay, so the points are updated. So if you want to use channel points today and you see something that's available, it should be accurate now. I can clear you with a bowl, yeah. Before we get too far. Yeah. Hi, Robin. Welcome in. You are a human? Yes, Blaze, I'm a human. Can you believe it? You need about 30 minutes to figure out Patreon anyway. That's okay. Do you know? Is serial monogamy is the term? Oh, from one relationship to another to another? Maybe. Ataras. Muvudu says my last relationship was 7 years ago, so it took a little while. Is that a Scorpio thing to do as well? Is it, Ian Lee? I don't know. As a fellow Scorpio, I'm not sure. Maybe it is. Hey, Bel Music. Welcome in, hun. Glad to see you. You're a Scorpio too, Devo. I found that a lot of people that are very attracted to the stream happen to be Scorpios. Blaze says, I have no points. That's sad. Robin, I'm more of an island by myself most of the time. Not much of a relationship person. Yeah, I'll clear us before we get to readings. This guy says, I feel like I have triggers. I always want to go to an internal mode because I know there's a lesson there or some healing I need to do. Yeah, it's like... And I find myself like taking a step back. You know what I mean? Like I can tell that I'm taking a step back. Because I realize like, oh man, there's something going on here that I need to like figure out. And so I kind of like go into like a hibernation. And then it's always hard. I don't know, maybe I'm too secretive. Who knows, man? I'm just trying to do my best. I'm just trying to do my best. Yeah, my birthday is November 1st. So those of you who are scheduled for the painting course in Patreon, you guys are probably going to hang out with me on my birthday while we paint. Because Sunday is November 1st, and that's usually when we do our class. Oh, actually 7 years. Got you. You're a Leo, Philly. Aw. So, Plague Doctor, the year's been actually really good. Thank you for the follow, by the way. The year's actually been really good. I'm actually excited for my birthday this year. I'm gonna be 33 years old. 33. So I'm very excited. You're a Taurus, Rabbit. That's so cool. You're more of an unmovable, stubborn rock. I actually can be very go with the flow, but I do like some stability. It just depends on... I'm kind of both. You look like I'm in your 20s? Me? I know. I know. I hear this a lot. I am actually going to be 33 though. Alright, let's go into the queue. So Ian Lee Hunt, do you want to share your question, dear? I'm very excited for 33. Like, everyone's like, 33 is the magical year, man. I'm like, every year's magical, man. What do your spirit guides want you to know? Let's grab a deck. What deck do we want to use? Let's do the Soul Truth cards first. Full people in the queue. Hey, Shipshia. Welcome in, hon. Glad to see you. 3 is a good number, so 33 is extra awesome. You're gonna be 40, Devo? Nice. Voodoo is 34 and scared of being 35. Why are you scared about being 35? Why? It's just a number. Your dad was a Scorpio. Scorpios can be like scarily vindictive. Like, who I was as a teenager is not who I am now, that's for sure. Not even close. Not even close. which is good because we should be growing and changing as people, right? Yeah, we can be scary. Scary, scary, scary. So, my friend, Ian Lee. Your first card wants to talk about what passion am I ready to start pursuing? So this talks about your passions will continually lead you to your purpose. So this is talking about your guides wanting you to focus on finding your purpose so that you can finding your purpose through your passion. Hey Luna, I was just thinking about you the other day. Actually, that might have been today. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, glad to have you. I have my queue open today. And thank you for the follow, Christopher. We bring love. Thank you, Kuma. Welcome in, guys. I think I saw you were playing a game. Was that right? I popped in for like a half a second. Well, because we're friends, so I do pay attention to what people are doing. I usually can't talk too much during the day, though. Or I won't get anything done. So I feel like, Ian Lee, you want to be... Spyro, that was it. I love so many things. How do I know my passion? Yeah. So this is saying when you find out what that passion is, it's part of your purpose. Like, purpose is part of your passion. So, and you might be someone, Ian Lee, who is kind of like a jack of all trades kind of person. Like, you love doing many things and you're really good at several different types of things. And sometimes we can get down on ourselves because we think that we should pick one of them and run with that. Like, but again, this is about, I feel it's okay to have a path that has many branches in it, right? Sometimes one path isn't for everybody. Sometimes 3 paths isn't for anybody. I feel like for you, Ian Lee, what this card is trying to say is you are already in your purpose because you already love so many different things. So it's about continuing to grow what you love. Stop assuming that you need to just pick one and that you're not good enough already, kind of having this jack of trades kind of energy with you. Your soul action for today wants you to write a list of the passions which you want to give to your life right now. Then journal how you can incorporate more of what you're passionate about into your daily life. Trust your soul's whispering and let your passions draw you towards your dream life. So this is about bringing all of that in on a more daily basis. Passions. The card literally, thank you. They're like, pay attention. They wanted me to mention that the card actually has a plural on it, Ian Lee. It says, trust your soul's whispering and let your passions, not just one, all of them. It literally has a plural. I don't know if it's gonna zoom in though. It might zoom in. Come on. Yeah. Passions. Doing many things is okay. It's exactly where you need to be, is what they keep saying. It's exactly where you need to be. This is what we need to unwind. I'm glad, Luna, thank you so much. Hey, little Jenny. You had to come a long way, Nick, in regards to vindictiveness and pettiness. I did too. Ooh. I could be very... Yeah, you're Scorpio too, aren't you? Yeah. What do we say? Lots of astrology pages will talk about the shadow aspects of a sign, astrological sign, and then they'll like talk about the evolved astrological aspects of the sign. I feel like most of the time that can be pretty accurate. Like there's a difference between people who have dealt with their shadow and like worked through it and those who have not. There's a difference for sure. So I'm gonna see what deck Ian Lee in specific Spirit wants to pull out for you for this one. Shopping every day. You like the hairstyle today, Jen? Thank you. Thank you. Give us cozies. You can have extra cozies today. Alright, let's see. Which deck? I'm gonna bring out the Goddess Oracle. You don't have any? What do you mean? What do you mean, Ian Lee? You like the hair too, Rob? Thank you. Thank you. Anything else Spirit wants to share? Ooh. The Intention card. So I'm being reminded that the soul action was asking you to sit down and think about your passions and write them down. The Intention card that came out first is also kind of saying this is how you gather up your intention for what you want to start manifesting. Like it's a practice. Okay. They are saying some of the things that you spend your time with, you maybe don't resonate with them in the same way that you used to. That those things maybe need to start falling away. But you are currently doing those things because they're kind of a crutch for your self-love. Like I feel like in the past you maybe did some of these activities because that was your way of giving yourself some self-love. This was like a fallback for you. Some of your activities you had done in the past to bring yourself more self-love, but you're not in the same situation as you were in the past, but it's just habit to still be doing those activities. That's what this card is talking about. Hey Eddie, good to see you, hun. Good to see you. The Spiritual Insight card, interesting. Be open to enchantment. I'm gonna ask for specific messages and see what they start saying. Let's ask for specifics. They're talking about creating things with your hands. your palm. Do you like mold? Did you do like clay work? Where like you would mold something in your hand? They're kind of going like this. Did you do like clay work or something? Evenly? Or something where you would have to like create with your hands, but they're kind of going like this. Like maybe baking bread even is what I just got. Sculpting. Okay, that would work, yeah. That's what they're talking about here with this card. It felt like doing this. Like you would roll dough or clay in your hand. Have you stopped doing that as much? Because they kind of said that you're not doing that anymore. And you used to be a baker. Okay. Yeah, because baking bread, that's what it felt like, a little bit of both. They were specifically talking about using your palms, which both of those activities would be using the palm. This feels like sculpting in particular. It could also be baking, considering I said baking bread. Do you not do that anymore? The sculpting? Because they kind of gave me the energy of she's not using her hands anymore. So if it's in relation to sculpting or baking bread, they're almost saying like, why don't you go back to that? It's expensive. I know it's expensive. But you could get, there's like cheaper, where you can like bake them in the oven. You ever done the little mini clay kits where it's like oven baked? Like you actually use your home oven to bake the clay and fire it. You could do something cheaper along those lines. But they are talking about you needing to use your hands more. Did you used to make animals? Yeah, but it's so simple. I feel like you would really, there's a part that there's a feeling that sculpting brings you that I feel like your guides are wanting you to try and bring back into your life. Any other messages we want to share? I feel like there's a childlike enjoyment that comes through when you're sculpting. That they want you to be pulling through and utilizing to your favor. Anything else we want to say? Doesn't look like it. I'm not getting anything else. So I think that's really what they want to say. Is it's okay to be a jack of all trades. You're not doing anything wrong by doing that. If you want something specific to start maybe focusing a little bit more energy on, they are talking about some kind of kneading motion either through that sculpture or, you know, baking the bread. I really feel like it was mostly sculpture though. But for now, they mostly just want you to understand that it's okay to have multiple things that you want to focus your energy on. That's normal. Stop feeling like you need to just pick one and only one, because you're good at many things and that is part of your talent, Ian Lee. So there's no reason to think less of yourself because you don't have one in specific, dear. That's mostly what they wanted to say first. So I hope that helps, hon. I'm not sure what mermaiding is, though. So, Internet of Things, if you want to give your question, you can, dear. You're welcome. Hi, Sync. Welcome in, dear. As a child, you made a little outdoor oven out of a few bricks. I've seen the outdoor ovens. They look really cool. So, what question do you have for the cards? Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you have creative things, please feel free to share them in Discord. I like seeing what everybody makes. Can you hear your own guides? Yes, I can. What do they sound like? They sound like a little voice behind my head. Inside of my head at the same time. So the more direct question you have, the more direct your answer will be from the cards. It's kind of like going through a drive-thru, and if you go through the drive-thru and you just say, "Give me some food," the people in the drive-thru have no idea how to service you. If you say, "Drive-in attendant, may I please have a burger with fries?" you get a burger and fries. So it's the more direct your question is, the more direct your response will be. Are sus? Eddie? Thank you, Nerdmeister. What kind of question should it be? So, questions from the heart are the best. Questions from the heart are the best. So, like, if you need help with something, what is it that you need help with? Because the cards are, and my guides and your guides, they really just want to help. So anything that you need help with is the thing you should ask about. Okay. Savannah-san, welcome to the treehouse, hon. You love my hair, thank you. You've been quiet for this stream. It's okay. How do I know what would be the best thing to do with my time on Earth? So your question is basically the same question that Ian Lee just asked and got a response for. You're for rebirth, Shipshia. Embrace the Phoenix energy. Did you send mermaiding? Oh, in Discord? Okay, yeah, I have no idea what it is, so I'm very curious to see what it is. I'm doing well, Nerdmeister. I have way more energy today than I have in a while, so feeling very good. But we haven't done ratings for like a week now, so we'll see how we feel. Well, let's see what the cards say. Internet of Things. What do the cards want to tell you? For you in specific. How do I know what's best? What makes you happy? What makes you happy? Because if you're living and you are enjoying your life, you're already living life in the best way possible for you. Right? It's all about enjoying yourself so that you can enjoy your life. Someone just got a donation? Eddie? Thanks, Eddie. I appreciate that. Thank you for your donation, sweetie. It didn't list it though. You must have done the non-alert one. Hi, Flap Flap. Welcome in, dear. So this is for Internet of Hing. Internet of Hings. That's not dull. Don't judge what you enjoy doing, Hings. Don't judge what you enjoy doing. Stop it. Stop it. Where's Streamlabs? I need Streamlabs to say don't cast judgment, because judgment prevents joy. Don't judge it. How do I... So our question was, how do I know what would be best for me to do while I'm here on Earth? And this is the card that comes out. Where can I ask for more help in my life? Let's see how these correlate. Until we can receive an open heart, we are never really going to be giving with an open heart. When we attach judgment, Internet of Hings, when we attach judgment to receiving help, unknowingly or knowingly, we attach a judgment to giving out help. So your sole action today is to ask someone for help and receive that help with an open heart. And your mantra for today is, I ask for what I want and I am open to receiving it. All right, Zinc. You want a painting of turtles, Eddie? Service. Okay. This is about wanting to help, but also feeling guilty for asking for help. Wanting to help others, but feeling guilty for asking for help. So what can you do? It's almost like, what can you do now? Because I feel like you've been in this cycle for a while. That, how do I want to say this? This is kind of saying you get to your best life and your higher purpose once you master this. Asking for help with things and asking for what you need from people and need for yourself and need from yourself. Balancing out there's a lot of confusion here. 1 second. Because it's saying, where can I ask for more help? We're confused because we don't even know that we need help. We're so used to, okay, it's making sense now. We're so used to doing things on our own, Internet of Hings, that we're not even used to asking for help, because we don't even realize we need help because we're so used to doing everything on our own. Right? Even your activity of choice, cycling. This is almost like talking about you needing to make deeper relationships with other people. This almost feels like you need to make deeper relationships with people and you're not sure how to go about doing that. And it's because you have a reliance on yourself, which is good, but it hinders you from making deeper connections because you need things stronger and more deeply from your current relationships, but you're not sure how to obtain that. So then it's a little bit of, well, should I actually be asking for that? How do I even? You feel a little bit guilty. I feel like you write off your needs, very heavily. You have a need that's not being met, and so you write it off, and you're like, well, that's silly for me to want. I don't really actually need that. And then you go without. So you go without for so long, and you just rely on, well, if it was coming to me, I would just have it. When you can just ask, there's a need for you to ask for things that you're not doing because you're writing it off as being selfish, and it's really not. What you need is important, is really what's trying to come through with these. So it's hard for you to know how to live your best life when you're not even used to giving yourself, in very practical ways even, what you really are desiring. And especially, wow, I have a hard time with this too, though, to tell you the truth, Internet of Things. I have a hard time with this too. Writing off needs. And people who want to be there for you will say, just let me know what you need. And then you're like, I don't even know how to tell you what I need. So I don't need anything. Does this feel familiar, Internet of Things? Someone will come up to you and say, hey, I know I feel like you need something. What is it that you need? I would like to help you. And you're like, you know that you need something, but you can't uncover what that is. And so you're like, I'll think about it for a minute, but you can't uncover it. So then you're just like, actually, I'm good. And it never goes beyond that. So this is mostly about you taking some extra time to ask for the help, even though you don't know what directly it is, because the other person could help you uncover that. Thank you is what they're talking about. It's okay to ask for help and not know what you need. It's okay to ask for help and not be sure about what exactly that means. And I needed to hear this too. So thank you for getting a card reading today, Hings. I needed to hear this too. You can ask without having to be super direct. It's okay. Other people could possibly help you uncover that a little bit better, right? Through their way of understanding you. You're terrible at asking for help, Voodoo. Yeah. Hey, Clockwork, glad to see you. Your friend wanted to help you, Voodoo, and you're like, no thanks. I don't usually say no. I'm usually pretty honest. I'll be like, I don't really know. But then I feel this very heavily because I'll just be like, well, obviously I'm okay if I don't know. And I think there's an energy of before you say, I'm okay, I don't, because I don't know, really think about, really think about, I got cut off. The emotion of it first. So connect to the emotion. Okay, I know I'm not okay, so accept that not okayness, even though we don't have a reason for it that we can correlate to. Clockwork says, I hope you are well. Loving the flow of your personality. Thank you. You're going to apply to a drama school? Good luck with that, hun. Good luck, good luck. Let's see what the other cards want to say. This is a very hard lesson to learn. I feel like I've talked so much with this one card, but this is a very hard one to learn. Wow, this is a big card to come out. What? These are interesting. All right. Life purpose, dance, and then serenity. These are a dream goddess. She wants to do it for free. Yeah, sometimes we feel like it's hard for us to let someone else serve us because we immediately feel like it's part of a self-worth thing. Like we feel like, oh my God, I don't deserve to have somebody just do that for me. Like I have to pay it back equally. Like we want an equal exchange, right? Like we want an equal exchange. But those are who are closest to us and really care about us, like it's already equal. It has been equal the whole time, you know? It's just genuine love that wants to come through, and that doesn't have a quantifier behind it, right? Which our mind wants to tell us, oh, they're doing a nice deed, we should do a nice deed. But really our heart is just saying, wow, they care so much, I should really allow them to share the way that they care. I should just allow them to do that because it makes them feel good. Otherwise they wouldn't ask, right? Would you guys offer help if you didn't want to help somebody? No? Are you serious? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. You would be more than happy. You say that you want to help because you genuinely want to help. Other people are the exact same way. The ones that love you. So let them do it, please. Let them do it. Sometimes we have to understand how other people work to understand ourselves. Anyway, back to the cards. Life purpose. I feel like this almost feels like charity work hangs, like service to others. Yeah, I know. This is what you really want to do. You really want to serve others, but your block right now, hun, is feeling like you wouldn't be good enough at it. And I feel like once you clear this block of learning how to ask for help from other people, even if you don't know what you need, right? Once you learn how to do this, you'll feel better about this. I feel like this is blocking you from this. Almost like I'm not good enough to serve others because I don't even have my own shit together. Basically is what this feels like. But this charity work wants to come through. Like I feel like you really, really want to devote to really being a difference and really helping people, but you have a hard time doing that because you feel like you have to work on you first. And you do because you understand that if you don't have a full cup, you can't help other people. You understand this. But this card is talking about that's your block. That's why this card is coming out first, because yes, you want to be doing this, and this is good for you, and this is good for you to want deeply. I feel like when I said charity work, I felt the expansion of the heart chakra. So you definitely, this is what you want. This is what you want in your heart. Just understand, if you want to work towards feeling like you deserve to do this and help others, the block is learning to ask for help yourself, letting other people help you. It's like I get this feeling of telling you, well, what do I always say? I always say on stream for you guys, I always say this, right? Like, hey, I don't have an official teacher. You guys are my teacher, right? People in my life are teachers. You need to have this aspect too for yourself. Internet of Things, like, to be teaching someone doesn't mean that you know everything. You don't have to know everything to help people. I certainly don't know everything. I do not know everything. No. I just trust myself, and through me healing myself through the same process, I can help other people see how it works. And if I've experienced it, then I have a better idea of how to help others work through it. So that's where your block is coming in. Hi, Forest Fairy. You feel that too, Sava? Wanting to make sure things are equal when someone gives something to you? I think we all do that. Yeah, what they want, understanding others to understand ourselves. Sometimes we have a more gentle filter when we look at other people than we do ourselves. You're always thinking that you ought to do something that helps others, but I feel like so many of the forces in the world are aired against us, though. Like, it would be almost a waste of time. It's not a waste of time. It's not a waste of time. We are the master and the student. Yes, Forest Fairy. Yeah, we are. We're always learning. Hi, Techno. Welcome back. So we have the Dance card and the Serenity card. I'm going to ask specifics what these two cards want to talk about. This one says, let your body move. And then this says, be calm. Do you feel like you use body movement to center your energy? Like, I feel like if you were one who would get really, like, frustrated, you would, or zapped, or like even overstimulated is trying to come through too, you would be one to go and move your body. Like, I feel like that's how you move your emotions through you. Like, that's your way of coping with your emotions. Like, you would go on a walk, or move your body in some way, or cycling. I guess cycling would be moving your body. I didn't even think about that. Like, this would be your way to calm yourself down, bring yourself back to center. There's 2 here and 2 here. Are you doing this more recently because there's some conflict at home between 2 people? Maybe you're dancing around the issue, dancing around trying to make peace without creating more conflict, trying to maybe not pick a side, trying to like bring serenity to two people that are opposing viewpoints. There's two other people in here, in this card and in this card. So I'm trying to figure out why they're pointing out that there's two other people. Hi, Wheel. Welcome in, dear. This happened today. You were very worked up, almost more energy than what was useful. Also getting a little vexed. And you went for a 6-kilometer run, which made you feel a lot better. Okay. That's definitely helping, I feel. That definitely helps. So it felt like a confirmation, but I'm not sure why there's two other energies in here. They're your parents. Okay. I've been at home since the start of the lockdown. Haven't physically been with many other people in 6 months. Okay. Okay. I'm getting a feeling of if they're not getting along right now, don't worry too much about it. Like, they just don't agree. Like, that's as simple as it is. They're just simply not agreeing and not seeing. They're not looking at things in this. They don't have the same vantage point. But this doesn't feel like toxic or anything like that. This just feels like they disagree. It's as simple as that. So I'm kind of getting a need to tell you, like, if you are worried about this, I don't really feel like you are, but if you are, for whatever reason, like, it's just a disagreement. It's nothing major. But I feel like, okay, they're saying the more balanced you are, the more balanced your whole family becomes, basically. Like, I feel like sometimes you become vexed and you guys all feed off of each other because you're so close together. And so sometimes maybe the disagreements like become a little more heated because of that. It's almost like lighting a match like under an already kind of smoldering fire. Like sometimes the fire's already burning and you go in and throw in a match, or you go and throw in if you're my grandma, you go in and throw some gasoline on it and then it goes whoosh. I feel like this is kind of saying it's okay to like just go out on your own when you need to. But this is not something to worry about. This is really not something to worry about. I don't feel like this is gonna like break the family or anything like that. This is just simply everybody just needs time apart. Is really what all it is. So I hope that helps. There's definitely some charity work that your soul wants you to start working on. Again, they would just want to reiterate, ask for help. And it's okay to still ask for help, even when you don't know what that means. And just because you don't know what it means doesn't mean you don't need anything. So it's okay to let people help you figure out what you might need, especially with those that are really close to you and love you. It's okay to do that. Because sometimes, like I said, we learn most about ourselves through other people. So I hope that helps things. It did feel like a little bit of a pressure cooker sometimes, but it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not gonna break the family. You all just need to take a step away from each other sometimes. You're welcome, Hings. So I think you're gonna feel more fulfilled the more you allow people to help you, and the more you start serving other people too. Hey, Camelin, welcome in, dear. Glad to have you. All right. So, Dino is next. Then we have Rob Wind. Then we have Sky. Then Gamer Wheels. Then Matthew. Then Sava. Then Alsmom and Flap Flap. I had a large anger outburst and a breakdown yesterday. It was building up for a bit. Will I ever understand Luna's Patreon? I'm really opening up more content to Patreon because I really want to get more people involved in the creative healing course is really what it is, because I feel like it's a very easy, natural way to kind of have a community, have a group of people who are going to be supportive, and do your healing. That doesn't feel like healing. Like, I'm not making you sit in a corner and like think about your life and how miserable you are and trigger you and then walk you through instantly healing it. It's not like that. It's more gentle. And so I'm trying to open that up to more people, because I think which is why I named it a bit different too, because when it's listed under instructional painting, like, that's not really what it is. So I wasn't really advertising it accurately either. Plus, I just want to be able to help more people. The light on the left, this one, it's a galaxy light. Triggered. Right, Skull Kid? What self-care have you done recently, Rob? Sweetie? I feel like when people get irritable and triggered very easily, what self-care have you done? Just to think about. What needs in self-care were you providing to yourself? Or have you maybe lacked on that? You just saw the automatic message. You can do tarot. Welcome, Kevin. Glad to have you. And you can do help for more information as well. Many people want a reading today. Yeah, my queue gets pretty full. If you're in queue, though, I do read you. It's just a matter of when. So as long as you're patient, you will be read. I'm doing very good today, though. It is a safe, yeah. It's a smaller community too, so you can get a little more direct aid that way too. We need a Hydrate Luna reward. Speaking of self-care, Luna needs to drink some water. Alright, let's go back. You're kind of ignorant. It's okay, Camelon. I wouldn't say ignorant. I would say undereducated on that specific venue of what it is. An ignorant person wouldn't ask. They would just assume that they know. Let's be honest. Alright, Dino. So Dino wants to know, what's the most important thing I still have to learn about myself? Sips water in. Yeah. Or if you don't fall asleep like I did in 5 minutes, almost. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people do fall asleep. I didn't put myself in ASMR because I didn't feel it was necessary. That, and I have more energy than I have in a few days. I feel like I'm actually talking louder. Oh my gosh, Dino. Your cards are all about trusting yourself. going within, trusting yourself, doing what you want to do. And look at the first card that comes out. Are you getting the message yet, Dino? Are you getting the message yet? With love, Dino, with love. Only with love. What am I waiting for? Am I waiting for somebody else to be doing something for me? And this does have a tiny bit of sass behind it. I'm not gonna lie, Dino. At the same time, I do want to reiterate that sometimes we do wait for someone else to show us how to do something, or we do wait for somebody to do it for us, because when we do that, we have an example for our mind then we have a reference, right? Sometimes we actually do wait for someone to do it for us, because then we don't have to trust ourselves. We have a mental reference for whatever it is we're waiting to do. If we wait and say, well, I don't know how to do this, I don't know how to do this, I'm not sure how to make this happen, I'm not educated enough to finish this or complete this or even start it. Like, sometimes we do wait until for someone to help us with it or show us an example of it, because we want that reference point. So this card, again, Dino, like all the cards you've been getting recently, is talking about going within and doing it for you. I think Skull Kid just had a mess up on his period. So the first card here talks about, are you waiting on someone else before you can take a big leap? What if you were to take life into your own hands and forge your own unique path? Put your heart into action and ask yourself, what risk can you take to move towards your dreams? Make a decision and do it. No more waiting for others. Take action even when you're scared. Take the leap. Do what you are wanting to do. Assumes everything after a period is a website. You could just not ever use punctuation. Skull Kid. Because it seems to get you all the time. It gets you more than most people. So today's soul action. Dino. No more thinking. Only doing. Be brave, and you will discover what you're really made of. You have a wild soul, a strong heart. You cannot lose. You cannot lose. We want to sometimes we get really afraid of making mistakes, but realize there is no such thing as mistakes. There's things that we maybe learned from that we say, oh, okay, I probably could have done this better, but it's not a mistake. It was something we had to learn. And I feel like for you, Dino, you're afraid of making a mistake and not being able to execute what it is you want with impeccability. impeccability. There's a sense of you wanting to make sure that you do it right. And it's impeccable internally. Like, you're okay if things don't work out, but you don't want to be the reason why things don't work out. You don't want it to be your fault why things don't work out. You understand life happens and that you're okay with roadblocks and things like that, but you don't want to be the cause of that. And that's what's holding you back from actually taking actions. Is because you want to be the one that's impeccable. And you're overthinking it. There's a lot of lessons that can come through with any mistake that you make is not going to be so big that you can't come back from it. There is no way. So there's a real need for you to trust in yourself. It's okay to have a high standard, but when your high standard prevents you from taking action, then it becomes an issue, right? This dance card wanted to come out twice, so this is definitely your card again. Self-love. Self-acceptance. Okay, this is a good message. You're never gonna use a period again in this stream. Yeah. You know what this card is, Dino. This is a confirmation of the card that you keep getting. This card has no other message other than a confirmation. You've gotten this card several times before. This card doesn't want to say anything else except for show you a confirmation. Like here, we'll give it to you again. Please listen. Please listen and do. Take actions. Do. Inspiration. It says begin now. Literally. Begin now. Do. Take action. Start now. Begin now. Self-love. But self-love with the lens, like rose-colored glasses of just like the earth and life has its own rhythms, ups and downs, you have that too. So it's about loving yourself as part of that rhythm. Not only loving the good or high parts of you, thank you for the follow, Maka, but loving the fact that you have your own rhythm just like the earth does and just like life does. It's about accepting that part. It's about accepting you making mistakes just as much as you doing things and executing them perfectly. There's a need for you to accept both. That you will always and should always encompass both of these things. Always. Nobody is without error. Nobody is without mistake. Nobody is without, it's just part of life. So there's a need for you to accept both parts, because I feel like the fear of making an error or not doing it quite the way that you don't want to make a mistake is really what it is. So there's a need for you to accept the fact that everybody makes mistakes, especially you. And that's a beautiful thing, not a scary thing. And this is the ultimate lesson of self-love. Can you love yourself regardless of what rhythm you're currently in? They're talking about taking action will bring and manifest more of your physical reality. They're saying you're focused really on the internal life right now because you haven't taken action to manifest things in your physical reality. You're too much emotional and mental right now and not enough action. So, and they're kind of saying like, as soon as you start taking actions, you'll notice the change you're waiting for, but it's not going to happen until you start taking actions. They're kind of saying you've built all this momentum, but you're not doing anything, is basically what they're saying. So this big change and shift that you're waiting for, it is gonna come, but it's waiting on you. It's waiting on you to take actions, sweetie. So you're not wrong in anticipating it. It's just, it's at the door because it's waiting for you to take an action. And you can't actually go wrong. You're either going to learn something, you're always going to learn something, but you're either going to learn something or it's going to work out perfect. Or it's going to work out perfect and you're going to learn something at the same time. Like, this is just the way it is. So I hope that helps, Dino. And thank you, Gio, for your subscription, hon. I appreciate you very much. Welcome back. Makes sense. So I hope it helps. Do one thing that is risky tomorrow, Dino. Do one thing that's risky when you wake up. Alright, Rob, you're next, dear. And then we have Sky, Gamer Wheels, Matthew, Sava, Alsmom, Flap Flap, and Techno. I don't think I've ever... I mean, sometimes the cards do get a bit sassy. But never so sassy where like... No, actually there was one time when the energy was really sassy and I like didn't say anything for like 3 minutes because I was waiting for it to calm down. Because like I was like, the last thing I want to do is like scream at this person. I'm like, the last thing I want to do is like get really hyped up and like start at this person. You'll rewatch the VOD when you wake up. Perfect, Dino. Perfect, perfect. So I need my question from Rob. Then Sky is going to have an update from Spirit. We haven't listened to this CD in a long time either, by the way. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. This is our Zen meditation. Are you back? You were in the kitchen? Welcome back. I was in the treehouse. You can actually listen to this CD on Spotify. It's called Zen Meditation. I know for sure it's on Spotify. Spotify. Do I have Spotify on here? I actually, where did I pick this up? I think I picked this up at the Crystal Shop. I'm gonna see if I can get the link. Maybe? Spotify. I did do that, didn't I? I did do that. Spotify. I did actually do that. Sport. It's okay though. Maybe Rob went to sleep. So let's do skies first, because sometimes Rob does fall asleep. So let's do sky, and then we'll see if Rob's ready when we're done. I think so. Maybe he tends to fall asleep. It's okay though. Any messages we want to relay to Sky? Thank you. Well, this card's not going to surprise you, Sky. Do I surround myself with people who lift me up? Working on it. I'm working on it. I'm working on that. Right, Sky? Yeah. Let's see what else they want to say. I feel like I should draw more cards before I read the back of that one. Wow, holy crap. Self-exploration. Holy crap. Dreaming. These two decks want to come out today. Oh, weird. They're talking about there's something you want to talk about, Sky. There's like an elephant in the room that you know you need to sit down and have a chat about, but you're not sure when it's going to be appropriate. I feel like this moon is kind of saying when that will be. So we just had a full moon. So I feel like I'm sighing a lot. I feel like you're like fed up about whatever this is. I feel like this will be discussed particularly about this phase of the moon is when it will be most appropriate. Like, we just had a full moon. I feel like basically what I was being told is this is when it's going to be most appropriate to talk about it. Like, I feel like you might be charged up a little too much right now with the moon recently to be calm about what you know you need to discuss. And I feel like this is saying when this phase of the moon comes around, I don't know which phase this is, I'm not a moon expert, but there's kind of saying like this will be the perfect time to do it, whenever this phase of the moon comes up. You like the bravery card, Geo? It is a nice one. What does it mean when you see numerology? Which ones are you seeing, Zinc? Because it could mean lots of different things. Usually means Spirit just wants to get your attention. You think it's after the new moon? Yeah, after the new moon, once it starts coming back. Once the moon starts showing up again, yeah. Do we have another card in here for Sky? I'm sighing a lot though. Is it waning, Gibbous? Thank you, Flap Flap. Yeah, these cards do like to have moons. I feel like you'll have enough, yeah, I feel like bravery, you'll have enough bravery too. You'll really be able to drive your point across in a way that's clear and concise and isn't overly charged up. Is basically what this is saying. Self-exploration. Sister? This is talking, are you, this is talking about your a sister? A sibling? How is this self-exploration though? I feel like there's a lesson or a characteristic. There's something about your sister, discovering more about you through understanding how your sister works. This is very weird to have your sister come in on a self-exploration card. So I'm trying to get clarification. I feel like this is basically trying to say you, like, you're actually, like, connecting with your sister is gonna bring more peace to you, is basically what this card feels like. Like, you'll understand yourself better, but there's also, like, whatever peace and calm you're looking for, this card is basically, like, nudging you, like, urging you to connect with your sister. Like, utilize your sister, please, is kind of what's coming through. Which feels weird. And realize it feels weird for a very good reason. I feel like there's healing that wants to come through. Healing yourself by making a new type of connection with your sister. Your sister is really... I know understand that we're not sure how we feel about that. Understand that uncomfortableness is the doorway to healing. Let's be honest. And it's the same thing when we try and do, like, healing our inner child. If you've ever done a healing your inner child meditation or trigger, you'll notice the uncomfortable energy kind of building. Being uncomfortable is stepping into the doorway of healing. So if we say, I don't really understand this feels, why would I do this? This feels weird. This feels weird how can I find peace by making a stronger connection with my sister? Like, how is that a self-exploration? Like, this feels weird. Understand that the uncomfortableness or awkwardness is the doorway for healing. If it wasn't uncomfortable, it wouldn't be healing. Let's just be honest. If it wasn't uncomfortable, it wouldn't be healing. I feel like you'll definitely, they keep saying you'll understand yourself better. She's currently enjoy the stream, honey. Everybody, thank you, Sava. Sorry, I'm a slow reader. But thank you for hanging out. We will, I'll take you out for now, though. But thanks for chilling with us for so long. Yeah, have a good night, dear. She blames my mom a lot for her problems. And my sister is currently in a really crappy situation with her marriage. There's calmness that wants to come through, though. There's a calm that wants to come through. Intuition card is talking about inner wisdom. You know what's best. Trusting your intuition. Dreaming card is talking about being aware of your dreams. Since we had a very strong message of sister, did you have a dream recently about your sister? Sky? No? Okay. Then I'll ask for something specific. Let's just say pay attention to your dreams. So if you do end up having a dream about your sister, I would pay extra attention to that. But let's ask for anything specific. Sorry for the construction. We're still working on the kitchen. Let's see. Okay. They're kind of wanting to remind you that what you focus on right before bed is what you grow in your dreams. So if you are having dreams that you are kind of sick and tired of having, you need to be clearing out your mind before you sleep. Like, they're basically talking about what you're focusing on right before bed is actually creating your dreams. So if there's things that you're trying to let go of, I would almost vent to yourself way before you go to bed. And make sure that when you're ready to drift off, you're not rehashing all of your drama. Because your drama is being grown then inside of your dreams, and then you're waking up and saying, God, I had this dream about them. I wish this would just go away. I can't even dream without thinking about it. There's a need for you. They're basically saying you're creating your own dreams right now. So it's almost like growing a synchronicity. Like growing your own synchronicities is what they're talking about through your dream. And then taking it, you're almost like stressing yourself out. Like, if this is not something I'm supposed to be doing, why am I having dreams that like feel the opposite? It's because I feel like most of these that you're dreaming about right now is not actually from spirit. It's actually you growing it yourself. Does this make sense? Like, you normally would maybe get dreams from spirit and you take them very literally. But like now they seem to be like you still want to use that route, but this is saying you're actually growing the dream yourself. Like, you're actually creating the dream that yourself. Like, I feel like spirit's not nearly as involved as they used to be. You've been working on lucid dreaming. That would make sense with creating dreams. I would be careful. Make sure you can tell the difference between what you're creating and what spirit is trying to show you. Just make sure you can tell the difference. Because if you can't, you could confuse yourself pretty. There's a need to tell you to know the difference. Otherwise, you could get confused. You felt a loss of control in your life, gamer? You just feel trapped. You don't exactly know what's making you feel this way. The construction would ruin that. Yeah. It's alright. The main thing is I've been wanting to be more in control of remembering my interactions with spirit, at least in the dreamscape. Yeah, I think that's why they're telling you right now through this card that a lot of your dreams right now that you're having, you are actually creating. They're not from spirit right now, most of them. So if you want to have spirit be more involved, you need to let out all of your emotional drama. I would almost say at least an hour before you even think about going to sleep, because I feel like you pour over your drama like right until you fall asleep, especially right now. So that's creating the dream, and you are also creating your own dream. So it's about being really familiar with that so you don't get confused, because when you go back to expecting spirit to be more normalized in your dreams again, and you can't tell the difference between them and you could be creating your own synchronicities instead of from them. So that's mostly what they want to talk about, is get really familiar. Be really careful about what you're taking away from your dreams right now. Get to know what you're working with first before you start running off with it. Hey Drathion, welcome in, dear. You're in the queue, aren't you, gamer? Let me make sure, hon. Yeah, you are. And you're after Sky, so. Any other messages we want to share? I think your intuition's in the right way. This is a good way for you to go. But just, yeah, really be careful. They're talking about a blocked throat chakra. Sky. They're talking about your blocked throat chakra, which is kind of connected to this message. And they're basically saying that anytime you get that lump in your throat, anytime that lump in your throat comes up, that's you suppressing your intuition right now. The lump in your throat is you having a feeling. It's coming up. You should say it, but then you swallow it and you don't. That's what they're talking about right now. They just want you to be aware of what that feels like. I feel like when you go to have this conversation, you'll notice that maybe start to come up. Remember, healing and growth is uncomfortable. That lump in your throat is uncomfortable. Letting it out is part of your healing. Good night, Geo. Sweet dreams, honey. The hair is looking bomb diggity. Thank you, Drathion. Thank you, thank you. They don't really have much else to say with those cards. You've noticed you've been... You're okay, gamer. I can still scroll up and get your thing, hun. You're okay. The treehouse is the best time. Thank you, Techno. We're doing really good today. Hi, Fable. How big is the queue? It's actually pretty short today, to tell you the truth. Like right now, I just finished Sky. So we have Rob, who I think might still be asleep. Then we have Gamer, Matthew, Alsmom, Flap Flap, and then Techno. So we have 6. Currently. But the queue is still active. Yes, Red. Are you awake, Rob? Do you have your question, sweetie? So right now there's only 6 people in. So Gamer, you'll be after Rob, since Rob technically squeezed in before you. You fell asleep earlier. I said maybe you did. I said maybe you did. I had a feeling. You've been trying to set a boundary that you've been struggling with because you've been getting really good at astral dreams and traveling. Nice. But you have no control over it consciously. I choose to not have any control over it consciously. Very seldom will I go out of my way. Very, very seldom will I go out of my way to do that. You feel like you'd get the answer right now, so you're going to wait. Okay, Drathion, you can wait, dear. That's fine, Rob. I'm okay with that, if you're okay with that. Since Gamer already has his question out. So, Gamer Wheels. Feels a loss of control. I feel like a loss of control can be freeing. A loss of control can be freeing, but it can be very uncomfortable. So then we revert to the old ways for us to do things because that's our comfort. Like I was saying earlier, uncomfortable equals growth. Uncomfortable equals healing. So if you're feeling trapped, it's because you want to move beyond that, but you're stuck in your comfort because it feels safe. The uncomfortableness where you don't really want to move through. Right? So the adjustment would be to stop doing the same things all the time that make you comfortable. Let's see what the card wants to come out and say, though. You think you would get the same answer? Have you not made any changes, Drathion? Are you admitting that you maybe haven't made any changes? Ooh, you have 2 cards, Gamer. Ooh, these are heavy ones. This one is currently Gamer Wheels. Yep, we're doing ratings tonight. Yep. We're doing readings tonight. I'm doing Gamer Wheels right now. Then we have Rob. Then we have Matthew, then Alsmom, then Flap Flap, then Techno, then Red and Purple Moon. Alright. Put our music back on. Because it does help. It does help get in the flow. You feel like something is blocking me, but I haven't been able to do some of the things you told me just yet. It's uncomfortable. I can't stress this enough. Healing. Changing. Growing. It's uncomfortable. It's nerve-wracking. It's strange. It feels weird, and we just like I don't want to experience uncomfortableness, because sometimes it's so uncomfortable it hurts. Sometimes it's so uncomfortable it hurts. And so then we fear it. Even though in the long run it's good for us. Hey Deadpan, welcome to the treehouse, dear. What's the longest queue I've had? Probably 20. You haven't seen you do card readings before? What spirits communicate with you? I have my own angels and guides who talk to me a lot. Sometimes other people's family members will come in. Sometimes other people's guides will come in. It just depends. I'm kind of just an open channel for whoever comes around. But I can tell the difference. I can tell who's talking, and sometimes they're all talking at the same time, so nobody wants to confirm with that right now, though. Thanks for the advice. Your mood is so much better. Yeah. It's amazing what a little bit of self-love will do. Self-care is really important. You feel like you just gave me a virtual uppercut. Love has to be tough sometimes, though. Your dad's a talker. Sorry if he's nagging. No, nobody wanted to say something just then. I was waiting for someone to chime in. Sometimes somebody who's getting ready to be part of the next read will find some sass. I feel like Spirit really likes my sass sometimes, and so they'll like chime in with some humor, but that's not happening right now, so. Sorry. So, Gamer Wheels, you're not getting a mediumship read right now, unless they show up in the next 10 seconds. If it's a 1-to-1 though, like my 1-to-1 reads are, like the connection I make is way stronger on a 1-to-1 session. What messages? Thank you. What, is there another card in here? They're saying no. But I really want to give you another card. Hey Mystic Knight, welcome in, dear. Maybe you and I could connect to help each other. I think you both feel the same way. I feel like a lot of us feel this way. So this is Tough Love, Gamer Wheels. A lot of the cards today are kind of talking about some tough love. Again, I just want to reiterate, I feel like this is the energy of this evening for sure. Uncomfortableness is part of growth, is part of healing. You can't and you won't without moving through the uncomfortable. It just won't happen. Like, it's part of the process. If you fear being uncomfortable, then you're going to remain in the same place. But even let's be honest though, being in the same spot all the time is also uncomfortable. You're just more used to it. Your mind is more used to it. Your mind has a reference for it. So the only thing keeping you trapped in sameness is the mind. Because your energy is already wanting to move on. Your energy and your spirit's already wanting to move on to the next stage. I'm channeling a little bit here. Hi, Doreen. But your mind is still connected to where you're at now, even though your energy is already starting to shift, which is why you become uncomfortable in doing the same thing. But your mind is still connected there. So this is about understanding that you are choosing to be uncomfortable in where you're at over being uncomfortable in the process of moving forward. That is literally what this is. Because both are uncomfortable, otherwise you wouldn't be asking about how to move through it. You wouldn't be asking for a card reading to figure out why you're so uncomfortable in the same thing. Because your energy and your spirit is trying to move beyond that to the next place. And part of it is in the next place, which is, it's almost like not, your current isn't resonating anymore. So you're trying to find the new things that resonate, but you're holding yourself back from moving through that. Which is why either way it's uncomfortable, so you might as well move forward, right? The only thing still connected is your brain. Your hair's looking extra amazing today. I hope you're having a good evening. Thank you, Doreen. Thank you, Doreen. And the courage card comes out. I mean, you just have to be brave. You have to be courageous enough to move on to the next thing for you, because the only thing that's holding you back is your comfortability, your reference point in your mind of where you're currently at, and the fear of the unknown. That's the only two things holding you back now from the new place and the new growth that you want to start experiencing. So this is about being courageous anyway. And they don't have any other cards. They said no more cards. Except for these. I usually draw 4, but they said no more than this one. Hi, James. Welcome in. Hey, Amphorius. Welcome to the treehouse. Glad to have you. Happy birthday, James. On whom am I placing blame right now? Circumstance. Multiple things. Who am I placing blame on right now? I am actually on fire, yeah. Hi, thank you, Eddie, for the host, honey. Who am I placing blame on right now? This is excuses. Thank you. What excuses am I making right now? These are the things you need to be thinking about and asking yourself, Gamer Wheels, for why you can't move forward to the next thing. Why this is almost like choosing to stay stuck, because we are too afraid of the unknown future that making these changes will bring us. It's scary. So then we say, well, I shouldn't do this right now because it's just bad timing, or the circumstances around me aren't perfect to make me more comfortable with switching this kind of energy for my better good. right? Or putting in an excuse like I don't know enough about where I'm going in order to start making changes. This is basically saying, do it anyway. Do it anyway. You'll feel better once you start doing it. Once you get past the initial uncomfortable, these things won't be in the way anymore. You will actually shift, and the afraidness will dissipate because you've conquered yourself and you've conquered your fear. And it's just fear of not knowing. Right? So this first one here. On whom am I placing blame right now? I feel like this is situational for you. I feel like you're looking at people around you, situations around you, the world in its state right now, these are very much tied. How much closer can you get together with 2 cards? Honestly. What similar message can you get with 2 different cards? These cards are basically talking about the same thing. You're using external, and you're also blaming yourself a little bit too. Like, I don't trust myself enough to keep yourself from doing this. So this is talking about, who am I placing blame on right now? And this says, a person who blames other people has not begun to finish learning their lesson. A person who blames themselves for their situation has begun learning their lesson. A person who blames no one has finished their lesson. You're in the process of finalizing your second lesson. It's uncomfortable to learn and grow, right? This is part of your growth. I'm going to read this again. A person who blames other people or situations has not begun learning their lesson. A person who blames themselves for their situation has begun learning their lesson. A person who has finally decided to stop blaming themselves, others, and the outside world has completed their lesson. Your sole action for today. Take some responsibility. This is your life. On whom are you placing blame right now? Today, free yourself. Right? You said, I feel trapped. I feel trapped. I feel trapped. I feel trapped. Today, free yourself by releasing all victimhood, blame, and resistance. They don't belong where you are going. You're trying to move forward, Gamer Wheels. These energies that you keep hanging on to, they don't belong where you are headed. Only love and courage live there. Look, courage. Courage. Make a choice to do it, even if you don't feel ready. Listen to your heart, and you will be led. This is a reoccurring energy for you, and this is such a heavy message right now because this is a big lesson, Gamer Wheels. This is a big lesson, and you're not the only one learning this lesson. I'm getting the need to remind you that this isn't just you that has to learn this right now. By you asking this question, probably over half of people in stream right now also need to hear this message. So, because you're being open and vulnerable to this message and this healing, and it's uncomfortable to hear these things, right? Uncomfortableness is growing. You're growing just by hearing this. So congratulations. So this isn't to say, boo, 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 you've been doing a bad job, right? Because boo would be not appropriate right now. But hooray for you for recognizing that you're ready to move forward. Your second card, what excuses am I making right now? Talks about, now is not the time for waiting. There will never be a good enough time. The time is now. So again, external reasons for not doing it, right? Like now is not the good time. Now is not a good time because of the situation around me, or like the world situation. Like now is just not a good time. I'll wait it out. I'll wait it out to start. No, that's an excuse. The time is now. This is for everybody who feels that they needed to hear this. This is for everybody. Gamer's reading is relating to a lot of people right now. So the soul action would be, if it's important enough to you, you will find a way. Are you important enough to you to grow beyond these lessons? Are you important enough to you? Because if you are, you will find a way to move through this. Today, make a decision and do it even if you don't feel ready. That's the second time a card has said, do it even if you don't feel like you're ready to do it. Listen to your heart and you will be led. These cards have the exact same message. Do it. Make a choice to do it, even if you don't feel ready. Make a choice, make a decision, and do it, even if you don't feel ready. Listen to your heart and you will be led. Listen to your heart and you will be led. These cards have the exact same meaning. This is why you only get 3 cards, because this is like the message that you need to really start taking to heart for yourself. It takes a lot of courage to do this. I mean, these cards are basically identical. And then even says courage. Yeah. Blame, victimhood, and resistance, they don't belong with where you're moving to, where you're going, where you're headed. Only love and courage live there. And the courage card comes out. So all of these cards are talking about the exact same thing. Are you finally ready to make some actual changes for your betterment? It's supposed to be tough love, hun. Because eventually, I feel like for some of us, especially maybe you right now, Gamer Wheels, it's almost like we get nervous about this because we're like, it's too hard. It's just easier to stay where I've already been. Because I've already learned how that works in my life, and I'm not really ready to I don't have the energy to tackle anything right now. That's how I feel like you feel with this reading right now. And other people are feeling this too, Gamer Wheels. This feels like too big for me to tackle. Like I just don't have the energy to. This seems like too much for me at the moment. Understand that you can do this in a very small way. That simply just wanting better is actually giving you the shift in your energy, right? Like for today, you already being aware that you want more for yourself is enough. If you want to start having more energy to tackle this more head on, you need to do more self-care in a day. You need to do small things and changes in your daily life that provide you a deeper level of self-care and appreciation, because right now what you're doing as far as your daily routine and your self-care is not enough, which is why your energy feels too low to be able to handle this kind of reading right now. So start with more self-care. I swear, guys, self-care will give you the energy you need to do whatever it is that you need to do. It's when we go without for so long that we kind of dig ourselves into a hole, and then we never have the energy to dig ourselves out of the hole. So start with small things to give yourself more energy. And I think you'll find that those small changes you needed to make, the small changes you need to make in your self-care is this. That's how simple it is. You will complete these messages and lessons once you start doing better self-care. So anybody who resonated with this reading, which I feel like is majority of us, and you're like, that seems way too big, I don't know if I can do that. It's not too big. It's just it's really self-care is what it is. It's really self-care. And it's hard to do self-care when we don't think we deserve it. When we're used to beating ourselves up. You're gonna cry, Catherine. It's not even your reading, hon. It's okay. It's okay. People are putting off many life events now due to COVID. Waiting for a better time. The time is now. Yeah, the time is now. What better time than now? Think about it. If you can tackle something like this in a time like this, you become invincible. You give your mind a reason to never use outside circumstance as an excuse ever again. Let's be honest. If you use now as a catalyst to grow yourself stronger with self-love and a self-care routine that actually lifts you up, never again will you be able to validly use an excuse of now is not the time. Because I don't think times have ever been perceived as more difficult than now, right? I think we all agree with that. Like, now, most people would say is the hardest time, like perceived as the hardest time for a lot of us. So this is a very catalyst type energy. Use that as stirring a fire. I do, Catherine, yeah. Exclamation point join, dear. We're gonna do that was a very powerful one. Gamer Wheels. Thank you for being honest, because honestly, like, look, Drathion feels that, Rob feels that, Kythra, who just popped in, feels that. Like, because you asked that question and were honest, everybody else in chat who popped in was like, fudge. That was hard to hear. All feel that and resonate with that and feel like they needed to hear that. So don't look at it as a negative thing. Look at it as a positive thing, right? Which is positive. Looking at yourself in a positive way is good, healthy self-care. So even though part of you struggles to do that, I feel like now would be a perfect time to say, you know what? I was honest. Being honest is beautiful, so I did a really good job. That's what you need to start saying right now, Gamer Wheels. Because that is good self-care. It's good self-care. And that's a place to start, which is now in this moment. And you can even repeat that to yourself until you feel it. That is fine to do. And sometimes we have to do that. Sometimes we have to force it. Sometimes we have to force it. For ourselves. Thank you. 1 down, 5 up. So, because that one was so heavy and resonated with so many of us, a lot of us are weighted. We feel the weight. A lot of us are weighted. So what we're gonna do is focus on the affirmation for just a few minutes. Of I am enough and I can handle anything. I am enough and I can handle anything is what I feel like we should really be repeating for ourselves. Because if it's important enough for you, you will find a way to make life work for you. If you are important enough to yourself, regardless of outside circumstances, you are going to figure out how to make your life better. So there's a need to really focus on I am enough. I am enough. Hey ASMR Rain, thank you for the subscription, hun. We're taking a few minutes to do some affirmations. So everybody who feels hurt by that reading, or got chills from the reading we just did, or felt like, ooh, maybe I needed to hear some of that too, even though that was hard to listen to. If you resonated with that reading we just did, I'm not gonna leave you in the emotional hole, okay? That's not how I work. That's not how I work. So if you're ready to do some self-care, right? If you're ready to do some self-care by gently healing your emotional trigger to that reading, follow my lead. Roll your shoulders or your neck. Let stress out of your body. Scan your body. Where do your muscles hurt? Pat. Pat your muscles down. Pat your neck down. You can get kind of aggressive with it. The more tense, the more aggression you kind of need to put out, the deeper the tension is. Okay, this is self-care, guys. It seems stupid, but this is where you start. You ever see me do a reading and then I grab my mallet? There's a reason why I have a mallet. So take some extra time to just care for your body. The easiest way that most of us can correlate good self-care is by taking care of our physical body. So right now, what I'm trying to show is a very simple, quick, easy, and manageable way to start giving yourself more self-care. This is like the easiest one you can do, and you can do it at any time. You could be doing this while you're at work. You can do this while you're on the train. I mean, you can do this anywhere. There's literally no excuse, right, to not do this right now. For those of us who are good at giving excuses. But it feels silly. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it and do it. There you go. Some of you are getting it now. Some of you are getting it now. Good job. You can laugh if you do it. That's okay. It'll feel weird. It's meant to feel weird. Feeling uncomfortable is part of growth. Congratulations for those of you who did it, even if they didn't want to because it felt weird. You just grew. You just leveled up. Congratulations. This is how easy it is. Is this getting through yet? Is this getting through? Hi, Jalen. Welcome in, dear. We're doing some self-love practice. We just had a really heavy read for a lot of us who need some self-love and practice. Is what we're doing right now. So I'm showing an example of how you do that in a very easy and quick way. All right? The other thing we can do is just take a minute to be with ourselves and breathe. You could be breathing and confirming with yourself through affirmations that you are enough. I'm enough, and I have enough self-worth to simply focus on me at this time and give my body the fresh air and breath that it needs to keep me going. Little things go a long way. Once you master doing more than just one little thing a day, your cup becomes always full. So then you don't have to necessarily dig as hard to get yourself out of it. So it's about really doing for yourself. And notice how much different you feel. If you need a reference of, is this really working? You could even write down how you feel before you do a practice like this, and write down how you feel after you're done. Because some of you guys just need a mental reference that it's working. So give yourself what you need, right? That's also part of self-care. I realize I need a mental reference that these simple things are actually working. So give yourself what you need. Don't just write it off. Give yourself what you need. All right. So thank you, Gamer Wheels, for your redone. I know that was very heavy, but I hope it helps a lot. I really do. I really, really, really do. And Rob, you're next, hun. So if you have your question. Then we have Matthew, Alsmam, Flap Flap, Techno, Red, Purple Moon, and Kythra. You realize now you need a massage therapist. You can be your own massage therapist. In Qigong, they do patting the body. So for those of you who like are looking for like maybe something a little more routine, Qigong is actually really good. It's gentle. It's not overstimulating the body. And it activates your energy. So even if you want to get more familiar with your own bodily energies, Qigong is really good for that. And it like balances you out too. Yeah, you can basically ask anything, just it can't be health related. You can just ask that, Matthew. Yeah, you could just ask that too. But especially for a first reading, thank you for the follow, Garden of Enlightenment. Welcome in. Hi. You love Qigong, life-changing. It really is. It really is. Like, I do Qigong now. Like, I was like, I don't know. I mean, Qigong's pretty cool. I mean, I'm not sweating, so. Like, that's literally the mindset I had for Qigong at first. But now when I do Qigong, I can actually feel all my chakras, like, activating. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I was never one who thought that that was like a thing. Like, I knew Qigong was like energy and like chi focused. I knew that with my brain, right? But my brain wasn't expecting that kind of response. I don't know. I was pleasantly surprised. I followed my intuition and did it anyway. You saw your Taurus field, did you? Yeah, so you can't ask for spirit for something more direct. I do advise against it for a first reading, but Matthew, you know better. If you trust that you're open-minded enough to handle whatever spirit wants to share, then you're fine. If you're on the fence about trusting this process, I would go something for more direct. But you know where you're at, Matthew, and I trust you to know yourself good enough. I trust you to know whether you know which question you should ask. But I appreciate you wanting to check in a way that was respectful, so thank you very much. So you can basically ask any question, but I always try to explain it as going to a drive-thru and ordering food. If you go to the drive-thru and say, "Can you just give me food?" the kitchen has no idea what to do with your order. And you might just get something. But then you might not enjoy your meal. But if you go to the drive-thru and say, "I would like a burger and fries," you get a burger and fries. So you can still have a good meal the other way, but it's more likely that you would get something that's just kind of okay, if that makes sense. Like, that was alright. I didn't love it though. Hey, Ara Agai Poppy, welcome to the treehouse. Yeah, you can see it and feel it. Garden, which when I first started, I was not expecting. You would tap on your back with a ruler. It weirded out your ex. I used the mallet. Just tell your ex Muvudu that, I mean, they're your ex for a reason, right? I would say anybody who's judging you for your self-care should be like, did you try it? Did you try it? Did you try it, though? Did you try it, though? Maybe they're not very good at their own self-care either. Who knows? Or maybe they were anticipating you to use a different tool. So Rob did have a question for his card, so we'll focus back on Rob for just a minute. For those of you who are new, I do have a card reading queue open. You can join if you want, but it's not necessary. So Rob says, I had a really bad anger outbreak and occurrence last night that came through a great deal of emotional suppression. I just want to know what the spirits think I should do to combat both the issue of anger and emotional suppression. Let it out before you explode. Let it out before you explode. Do you want to do some work together, Rob? You want to do some energetic training right now, Rob? I do, Garden. That's the first time anyone's ever asked me that. I'll send you the link. I charge more for services through my website. If you are a Twitch watcher, you guys actually get a pretty significant discount. So I would suggest, if you're watching on Twitch, not to buy services through my website. Just being totally honest. But I'll send you the website anyway. I just love you guys so much. Control pace. If you want to do collaboration, you can go down in the panels. My email is under commissions. You can email me. Hi, M Wizard. Welcome in, dear. But I think my email's also listed on my website, so either way is fine. And thank you so much, Wizard, for your subscription for 2 months. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for supporting the treehouse and what I do. You're welcome, Garden. Drum. I haven't busted out the drum yet tonight. Alright. Did you say you were ready, Rob? So, Rob, and this is if you're okay with it. This is if you're okay with it. So let me know if you're not. Let me know if you're not. But what I want to do is basically set off an emotional trigger for you and help you understand how easy and not scary it is to breathe through it. Because believe it or not, if you breathe, you are letting it out without it getting out of hand. And they basically were telling me I should kind of simply show you this, because you are repressing because you're expecting it to be out of hand every time. So you swallow. But they're saying you can actually release it without actually latching onto it and then struggling through it. It's when we latch on and like try and kind of fight letting it out that it actually hurts. Thank you, Brandon, for the follow. There's a need for simplicity, for you to understand the simplicity of releasing and not suppressing. So I've never done this. I usually do this on one-to-one sessions, Rob, so we'll see how it goes. I've never done this live on Twitch before. These are usually, this practice is usually easier on one-on-ones, like privates, where it's just your energy and mine, but we'll see how it goes today, since my guides were talking about it. Okay, they're talking about your inner child. Okay, Rob. Hi, Andrea. Thank you for your subscription, hon. Welcome back. I'm so glad to see you. This is why it might be hard, Rob. Just saying. Just saying. But we'll see. We'll do a mini. We'll see if we can trigger it just a bit and help you release just a tiny bit, so you get like a physical sensation reference of how it actually works. because there's a fear in you showing your emotions, because the problem is that you latch onto it and you feed into it, is what happens. So this is about learning how to not feed into it while it's happening. This is about letting it in and then letting it move through you. Because when you refuse and you swallow it, you actually end up making it worse, because then it grows on top of the other suppressed emotion and the other suppressed emotion and the other suppressed emotion and the other suppressed emotion. And then all of a sudden you have like this. And then then something else, another emotion comes in, and you're like, oh, I don't have any more room. And then it's just like, just makes sense. Like, I don't have any more room. And then you really lose it. Then you really lose it. And not just lose it like angry, but like lose it, whatever the last emotion was that couldn't fit, ends up being like the overlying layer of all the other crap. So it seems like that instance was the main issue. No, because all of the intensity of the energy was actually behind all the other stuff you never let out. I feel like this description is helping you a lot already, but let's see if we can try and get you to recognize it. So, and this is, again, I've never done this on stream before, so we're going to see how it works. You're going to head out. Good night. Good night, Wheel. You have a similar problem too, so this could help. This could help too. So anybody who feels, I guess we can try and help multiple energies. Why not? Why not? They're saying why not? Okay, we're gonna try it live on stream. So anybody who resonates with this and you suppress your stuff, we're gonna see what we can do as a group. They're saying light sage. Okay. Hi, Johnny. Welcome in. Hi, Johnny. You're resonating, Poochie. All right. We're basically you guys are gonna feel triggered. So, I mean, just so you know, you guys are gonna feel triggered. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be uncomfortable, right? What have I been talking about the whole stream today? Uncomfortableness is the doorway for growth. You are supposed to feel uncomfortable, because that's you saying, I'm ready for the next thing. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. Creed's gonna sage too. Thank you. Oh crap, here we go. Can I make some sage at home? Yeah, like you can get sage from the grocery store. Like I get sage from the grocery store. You can get fresh sage in the produce section. I just hang it out and dry it. So yeah, you can totally do that. Thank you for the follow, Lord. So, okay, here's the disclaimer. Hashtag trigger warning. Hashtag trigger warning. Have a great evening, guys. Thank you, Garden. Thank you, Garden. Looking forward to an email. All right. You may be triggered at this moment. You may have emotional stuff come up that is uncomfortable. What we want you to not do don't swallow it. If you swallow it, you will not learn. If you swallow it, you are not going to learn. So here's what happens. Your throat chakra is you're gonna feel it in your belly. I'm being very direct about explaining how this feels so people have something to... I feel like some of you are like, I have no idea what we're doing. It's okay. You're gonna feel an emotion. You're gonna feel the energy of it it's gonna feel like a pit in your stomach. Okay? Shortly after that, you're gonna feel your throat chakra. It's gonna feel like you need to swallow. You're gonna feel the emotion come up into your throat chakra. We haven't started yet. Nope. Some of you probably are already thinking about it though. You're gonna feel it come up to your throat chakra. You're going to want to swallow. You're going to want to go and swallow it. No, do not do that. Do not swallow. Do not swallow. When you feel it and it starts coming up and you're like, that's when you breathe. Literally, you breathe it out. It's that easy. It's that easy. You don't have to lay down. You don't have to lay down. You don't have to lay down. Be comfortable though. It's really not as intense as people think it is. I'm not gonna trigger the deepest wound ever. We're just giving you a little sample of what this feels like. We're just giving you a tiny sample. I'm not gonna trigger the worst thing for you. This is a sample, okay? So we're gonna breathe first. So everybody needs to get comfortable. You might need to hold on to a chair. No, I'm just kidding. Be comfortable right now. So it's time to prep for what we're gonna get ready to do. Sorry ahead of time if I don't talk to people in chat for a minute, because I'm gonna be really directing a whole crap load of people right now. So sorry if you feel like I miss your attention. But I'm gonna have a lot of stuff I'm working on. I already feel the heat. So get comfortable, right? If you need a pillow, grab a pillow. If you're thirsty, go get a good drink real quick. If you have tension in your shoulders, bash it out real quick. Just really quick, get yourself comfortable. Make your body comfortable. Once your body is comfortable, you become more familiar with your own energy. It's hard to read your energy when your body is focused on other things. Music intensifies. Alright. So, again, trigger warning. This is simply for you guys to have an idea of how to let go of your suppressed emotions. Because a lot of us need a reference of how we're actually doing more damage to ourselves and making a release actually helpful when we don't do it, when we suppress it. We fear our emotions because we think they're too intense. They're really not that intense. They feel intense because they're built on top of old emotion after old emotion after old emotion after old emotion after old. You understand? So those of you who are ready to go, feel free. Those of you who do not want to be triggered right now, you might want to step away. There's no guarantee. I am not responsible for you being triggered when you didn't want to be. I promise though it won't be that bad. I promise though it will not be that bad. We're just doing a small exercise. So take some deep breaths. In through the nose and out through the mouth. You want to try to go as deep as you can without overextending your body. Don't make your body more uncomfortable by the way you're breathing. So find your own breath rhythm that is deep enough for you. If it hurts to expand your chest or your throat can't handle, if your body seizes up, it's telling you you're doing too much. Listen to what your body is saying. So take a breath in, hold it for a minute, and breathe out. We're going to be doing a couple more breaths so we can all get as relaxed as possible. So another breath in. Okay. Return to normal breathing. Should feel much calmer now, just after even those few breaths. If you're not quite calm enough, keep breathing for a minute, okay? At your own pace. If you're not quite calm yet, do a few more. There we go. That was a good one. Sometimes you do need to pause and then go back into it. That's fine. It's about getting to the right space, being clear. Okay. Once you get calm, I want you to think about, if you can think about something today that happened and hurt you, then I want you to think about that moment. If you can't think about something today, try and go just a little bit further back. Don't go all the way to childhood, please. I can't handle all of you going back that far. Just think about something more recent that hurt you or upset you. Okay? And focus on what that felt like. How did that instance make you feel? You can picture that instance in your mind. Replay it in your third eye vision, in your imagination. Right? What happened? Good job, guys. Good job. Now hold that for a minute. Feel that fire in the belly. I want you to put your hands down by your belly and take a deep breath in. And breathe out. Some of you lost it right after I pointed it out because I broke your concentration. Hey, that's okay. Go back in. Some of you are still breathing. Good job. You're letting it out right now, by the way. That's how easy it is. That's how easy it is. Notice that a lot of you, it skipped right out of your throat chakra. You guys didn't even notice the throat chakra because I said hold it and breathe it out. So the throat chakra didn't even get activated because you literally just activated it and pew. Some of you need us to go back though. So go back to that time. Picture it in your mind again, right? Some of you still are breathing, that's okay. If you need to go back and get another reference for your mind on what this feels like, go back in your mind and replay that picture of where you were hurt, right? What happened that made you feel not enough, or hurt your feelings, or angered you, or upset you? What did that look like? What happened? You can let the whole thing play out if you have to. Okay, Rob, I'm gonna go into... Everyone else, I feel, has a pretty good idea of how this works. Remember, tightness in the throat. Don't swallow. If you have to, because you feel yourself being tempted to swallow, do that. Listen to your body. If you have to go in a panic because you feel yourself panicking, that's fine. Do that. If you need to match your energy that's feeling like this about it, then you can react to that in that same fashion. Going like this is fine. You're doing it right. This is how easy it is, though. Okay? Alright, Rob. You ready? I'm gonna focus. I feel like most of you are good now. So, Rob, I'm gonna focus on you since you did it, but I feel like you need a bit more. Thank you, Fairlight. Yeah, the tightness in the throat is your body recognizing the energies there and ready to be released. It's just sometimes it's so intense that we want to swallow it, when really we need to be pushing it out with our breath. You're not feeling anything? Didn't you say your whole body ached? Oh no, Eddie said their whole body hurt. It's alright. That's alright. We're focused on Rob right now. This practice is technically for Rob, but I felt like other people needed examples. I'll probably make this into a clip, so those of you who... And there's a lot of energy going on right now, so if you don't feel anything, you're probably just triggered by all the energy going on. You did push-ups. That's right. All right, Rob. So I'm gonna go in specifically for Rob. Those of you who want more practice, feel free. Those of you who aren't sure what we're doing, it's okay. We're almost done. We're almost done. Hey, Dual. All right. So I'm gonna focus for Rob right now. So, Rob, focus on me, hon. Come say hi. Come say hi. Hi. I appreciate you too, Rob. All right, you ready? Did you feel the swelling up in your eyes just then, Rob? And I said, come over here and say hi. You feel the swelling in your eye? Realize that by you not swallowing down the swelling, that's a release too, Rob. That's a release too. You didn't resist that part, right? You were open And because you were so open, you didn't resist letting that slight swelling happen. You didn't prevent it from happening. You're just like, you know what, I'm okay with this. Because you did that, that's another form of release that's not painful. So it's about being open and letting that just flow, letting whatever comes up just flow. Because it's when we resist it, it's when we close it off that it hurts. So I just wanted to point that out to you, that right there, that little bit of energetic exchange is enough for you to prevent yourself from going way down the way, right? Because you didn't latch onto it and say, why am I tearing up? And you didn't panic, and you weren't trying to like fix it, Rob. You were open. You weren't trying to fix it. You were just like, I'm okay with this coming right now. This feels okay to do. You need to be okay with being okay with feeling your emotions. All right? So let's do a breathing one. So we'll go back in one last time, Rob, for you to know what this feels like. Yep, deep breath in. And a breath out. Feel the activation in the chest. This is how open you are, Rob. You're so open right now, it takes you one breath to open that heart chakra. You are so ready that it takes just that one breath. You feel it? Yeah, it does. By breathing, you are releasing. So no more swallowing, Rob, okay? No more feeling and then swallowing. Because it's the breathing through it that helps you, okay? So for you needed a representation of an actual tangible practice for you to do in order to stop repressing. I feel like you needed to know what it felt like to not repress and have both references to look at. And you can breathe at any time. Somebody cuts you off in traffic and you're like, and you just want to like scream. Why don't you just go, no, I want people to try that. Next time someone cuts you off, instead of attaching, thank you, instead of attaching words to how you feel and growing your anger by attaching words to it, why don't you just breathe it out? Because that's you go like this and tense up because you're getting ready to release it. Your body knows it wants to release it, so your body's reacting in that way, but we're not releasing appropriately. We're not releasing appropriately. So, when we attach words, oh, you just really hurt my feelings, and we actually grow that. we're saying, oh my gosh, that pain, I'm gonna latch onto it. And then attach words and meanings behind it to grow how much that hurt. When really we could have just been like, ouch, man. Ouch. Sometimes I cry because it is painful. And you can cry. This isn't about not crying, right? We didn't do a deep trigger today. I cannot handle deeply triggering everybody on stream today, okay? So don't think that you didn't release because you didn't cry. No. That is not how this works. That's not how this works. And again, in a one-to-one, I could maybe really get into it for each individual person as to where your energy is in specific with this practice. That I could do in a one-to-one, but I have cards to do today. But I did feel like just being aware about this I feel like everybody's reading today is helping a lot of people, which is why the reads are like extra long today. So maybe I should close the queue, because I feel like all y'all's readings are just really for everybody else. And so we're spending a lot of time on it because a lot of people are like, oh my god, I feel this. Oh my god, I feel it. I feel it, man. I feel it. I needed to feel this. I needed to know this. You feel it too? A lot of people did. So if you feel it's your body's way of saying, okay, we're preparing ourselves to let this go. But we don't learn to let go in a healthy way. We think that, and we kind of do learn this by example. We think we're letting go when we like yell or shout or like vent. We think we're venting on it. But really, we're putting so much energy into it that we're not moving on. Whereas if we just breathed, it would be gone. And then we can be clear enough to really have a actual discussion about it. Because sometimes we vent, and then we feel like garbage. And then we make other people feel like garbage because they had to listen to us vent about it, but we know we just have to get it out. Get it out through the breath. You don't have to like grow it and like layer it. And it's a practice. It takes time. And I'm not saying don't ever talk about how you feel. No, this is different. Initially, you don't have to necessarily do that. Breathe through it first, then you can be clear enough to actually have a talk about it. So, anyway, let's move to the card, Rob. Let's move to the cards. Back to the cards. Let's help more people. Then you realize you're a fool for shouting, Drathion, and you apologize. You apologize to yourself, too, because you know it's not healthy. We all know it's not healthy. But I feel like some of us really needed to know that this action is actually the body preparing itself to release the energy that has been activated. But sometimes crying is necessary. Sometimes, especially when you're doing deeper healing, you will start to notice that the longer you hold it and breathe through it, the more is ready to come out. And you will actually start crying, but it won't be the same type of crying. especially if you breathe through it. You won't be scrunching your face. You can't scrunch your face and breathe at the same time. You can't. You can't. You literally can't. So you won't give yourself a headache. You'll cry in a way that won't give yourself a headache. You'll cry in a way that won't make you feel drained as much. Because when your muscles are like tense and you're like, that by itself drains you. I'm already tired from doing it for that 1 second. It's not the crying that does it. It's our resistance to letting it out in a healthy way. We really needed to talk about this because I can't quit talking about it. Itchy trigger finger. That's right, we are a community creed. I agree. You'll try it for the future. Yeah. The only thing you felt was your chest throbbing when you exhaled. You did it too hard, Skull Kid. You were the one I was talking to. You were the one I was talking to. Yeah, it can apply to panic attacks too. I had an anxiety too. Anxiety is really just an energy that our mind doesn't know where to have a reference for. The way I understand it. And I'm not a healthcare professional. You know, that's the way I understand it. I can breathe through my panic attacks and my anxiety, and it doesn't last as long as it would if I didn't. Let me tell you that right now. Channeling it out. That's basically what we're doing. Yeah, Sweet Disaster. It's cold. It's because your whole upper body hurts. All right, let's do Rob's card. Who can I serve today? And you'll have to excuse me, Rob. I'm probably gonna get a channeled message after I read the card because I was so focused on the energetic exchange and explaining it. I'm sure you'll be okay with it though. So this card is saying, in a world lacking soul-to-soul connections, small, simple acts are what create the biggest and most lasting impact. We shift our own pain and experience an avalanche of love when we lose ourselves in the service of others. Rob, who needs your attention and your aid today? This is Rob. That's what I do as well. It's crazy how good it is. Right, Ian Lee? Right? I feel like you... Small acts. This is focusing on small acts. So, okay, Rob, notice how the small breathing exercise, and I know I have given you the advice of breathing several times before, right? This is not the first time I've kind of walked you through how important it is to breathe. I feel like today's exercise really maybe hit the example home for you, I would hope. Good night, Sweet Disaster. Thank you. But this is kind of reiterating small actions make the biggest difference. So this could even be with how you want to help others, right? How you want to help others can also be small. I feel like doing this small practice for yourself, helps you understand these small practice, the impact of a small practice that you bring to other people. Like if breathing can be enough for me to feel okay, then any small thing I do for somebody else can be enough. That's what this card is really talking about. Like, look how easy and simple and small this action was today. And how many other people, Rob, felt just how you felt and didn't have any idea, and also needed this very small little glimpse of an example of what the heck I've been trying to tell people for a very, very long time. Like, and it feels like sometimes I'm like dismissive of how you guys are feeling when I say, did you breathe? Did you do self-care? Did you... I understand that answer can seem very, very too small for your big problem. No, it's not. It is the actual solution. I promise. I promise. It is the beginning of the actual solution. Because once you learn how to let go, your energy is more centered and you can actually focus on your core energy better, on who you are at the center. Once you master your breath, and this is why people talk about meditation. Sorry, I'm really passionate about this. This is why people talk about meditation so much. Breathing meditation. Do your meditation. I almost, you don't hear me talk about meditation very much but you hear me talk about breathing all the time. Because people hear meditation and they're like, but my brain gets in the way. You just need to breathe. It's as simple as that. You just need to breathe first. Master your breath first. If you do that, you have a much easier time with all the other forms of meditation that you can do. Meditation doesn't have to be you have to sit very still and never let yourself think and never let yourself imagine things, and you have to just be empty. Yeah, but are you breathing? Are you breathing right? Does that even sound enjoyable? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, it's still helpful. Some people do need it, don't get me wrong. And I'm not bashing on meditation. You'll hear me not talk about meditation very much because I understand most people don't do it. They just don't do it. And so, I don't even like to mention the word. Because people are like, of course she would say that. That's just what people do, right? That's just what people say to do. How many people actually do it? I do it, but I do it so simply that I call it breathing. And then every now and then I go much deeper than that. So this is saying, listen to your heart. Rob, listen to your heart. Who needs you right now? Make one soulful connection today and give solely to spread more love, expecting nothing in return. Notice the joy you feel when you start serving other people. And understanding small is enough. Breathing is enough. If you get stressed out even thinking about meditation, then you're not ready to meditate yet. Start breathing. Start this small practice of breathing. Then I guarantee it, if you want to go further than that, you can finally maybe try to do meditation. But if you haven't even mastered that yet, then I could see definitely meditation really does work, but I know why most people don't want to actually do it. They talk about it, but they don't actually want to do it. Because it just doesn't, it stresses them out. They don't think they're doing it right. I don't really think there's a wrong way to do it. The wrong way to do it would be not even trying. That's the wrong way to do it, is to not even try to do it. So Rob, I'm sorry we only gave you one card, but we did kind of hand walk you through a very practical practice that you can use in the future. So I'll see who's next. So Matthew, it is your turn now, dear. If you want to share your question. We've done a lot of different work today, though. The wrong way is not even trying. Yes, exactly. That is the wrong way to do it. That is the wrong way to do it. You go to a happy place. I do too. I like to go anywhere and anywhere. Anywhere and everywhere, and yeah. But I also understand the importance of doing what I need to do, right? Sometimes you do need to be grounded. Sometimes you do need to put up your shield. Sometimes you do need to realign your energy, right? But what I'm talking about is beginner stuff. So those of you, there's a difference between beginner meditation and higher level meditation. Some people are doing it without even recognizing they're doing it. I agree, Creed. I totally agree with you. If I master breathing, does that mean I can become a firebender? Yeah, firebender of your own anger. Yes, it does, Skull Kid. I know you were joking, but it's actually true. Yes, you can. You can bend the will of your own anger. So yes, you can. Yes. Kyther's like, yes. Yes. I know you were kidding, but it's actually true. There are many questions my heart yearns to know the answer to, but today I only wish to ask the following. How can I ever feel the happiness I felt when I was the happiest I've ever been in my life? After you quit attaching your happiness to the past. After all of the things that happened to bring that happiness to an end. Your happiness, you are attaching outside of yourself. You are saying my happiness directly correlates to extenuating circumstances that have actually nothing to do with me. You're saying I will feel that happiness. I felt that happiness because of X. As XMEC comes in to the chat because of X. You are quantifying your happiness. Not just to who you are, but to a circumstance. Not just any circumstance that you're in right now, but a circumstance in the past. So none of those correlations helps you now. It's not connected to you in particular. It's connected to someone else. Right? So doesn't help you now. It's connected to the past, which doesn't help you now. It's just all of that energy you can't bring with you. It doesn't exist anymore. So this is about understanding. This is about understanding that you don't need X, the variable of X, to feel that same happiness. You just don't. You just don't. So again, this is going to be, I feel like all the readings that we've done thus far also today. This is why the overlaying energy today has been the same, because everybody's question today is very much geared very similarly. Like, why is now not enough? Is basically what everyone's asking. In short, it's all different types of situations, but the underlying energy is, why is now not enough for me? The So there's a mathematical equation that you are using, Matthew. You are saying, I feel happiest with something from the past, instead of admitting that you can have that now. Thank you, JM. Welcome to the Treehouse, hon. So, I'm going to rephrase your question just slightly, Matthew. Because the how is dropping the equation. That's the how. But I want to get something a little more tangible for you. And you are asking a really good question because you're not the only person who does this, right? Which is why I keep saying everyone's readings today are making sense to a lot of people. A lot of people are all feeling the gosh darn same way. So this question is going to help a lot of people. So why do things end? Everything ends. Everything ends. Nothing ever stays the same in life. I feel like all I'm doing today is channeling. Nothing ever stays the same in life. Things will always change. Things should always be changing. So what are you doing? Again, what actions are you taking, Matthew, to evoke yourself into a new space of change? What actions are we taking? I agree, never born lucky. It's about finding the method that works for you. And if you're trying a method and it doesn't work, try a different one. I totally agree. I see there are others living amongst the living force. Yeah. I do. JMBLS, yeah. Jambles. Let's see what the oracles say. Actions, actions, actions. The energy of actions. Actions, actions. Changes, changes. Changes are always going to happen. We get afraid of change because we're afraid of what we don't know. We're afraid of the unknown. If things change, then I don't know where I'm going anymore. I'm afraid of the unknown. Action movies are your favorite? Yeah. Sometimes you can feel energy without action, though. Yeah, you totally can. I feel energies without asking sometimes. You hate changes, Velvet? Well, maybe you need to hear this too. Never in my life have I taken such a positive turn from changes. Until recent, you mean? You wouldn't be the only one. A lot of people panic with change, and so then it's a resistance. They resist the change. And then because they resist the change, it hurts. Y'all need to go with the flow. You all need to go with the flow. Flow with your emotions. Flow with life. Flow with the changes. Resistance causes pain. Are we tired of hearing me say uncomfortableness is part of growth? Are we tired of hearing me say that yet today? Are we completely worn out with me today? Are we over Luna today? We don't want to listen to Luna anymore. She's a broken record. She's not actually reading cards today. I'm actually not. It's all channeling at this point. I believe when I return to spirit, I'm kicking my God where the sun don't shine. The goddess in the shin. Do you do that for yourself? Never born lucky. You should do that for yourself. To get yourself making some changes. Taking some actions. Same energy for everybody's reading, I swear. The ability to feel what's coming before it happens. Yeah. About a year ago. But it comes up every now and then. Yeah. Growing pains. Yes, Creed, thank you. Growing pains. If it's not... yeah, growing pains. Growth, healing, expansion, upgrading yourself, moving forward in life, becoming a better version of you. Growing pains. It's supposed to hurt. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. It only hurts when you resist it. So if you've been feeling a lot of pain, pain is really the best word. Stop resisting. Breathe. I feel like a broken record. Flow. Y'all need to flow. Anyway, what if it wasn't true? Matthew, what if it wasn't true that actually was the happiest you have ever been? Ouch. That's hard to hear. What if it wasn't true? What if you just wanted it to be true? There's a potential here. There's lots of good things. This card is trying to forcefully, and yet I'm trying to make this into a gentle energy, but this card is really forcefully trying to tell you that you have a lot of things going on in your life that are actually very good, but you don't grow them. There's a little bit of taking the good for granted behind an energy of being afraid that it's not going to last. I'm softening up this message quite a bit. Does this make sense? There's a little bit of taking the good things in life for granted because there's a fear that it won't last. Because the other good thing in the past that was really great didn't last. So why would I want to, quote unquote, waste time growing these small things into big things when they most likely will not last either? Here's what they're telling me to tell you. That great instance in your life, you grew that. Matthew, you did grow that. It didn't start out that large and grand and beautiful. You placed energy into it and grew it into that thing that was big, lovely, and beautiful and made you really happy. You put time and effort into that. When was the last time you put time and effort into something new? When was the last time you put effort into something new? Actual effort. Because you're being handed opportunities to grow new happy things and you're not taking it. You're not taking it and growing it. You're letting it stay a seed on purpose because you're afraid. So this is saying you need to stop hurting yourself because you're telling yourself that that was just a beautiful thing that you'll never get back again. And you're telling yourself the new beautiful things in your life aren't worth growing. But this was worth growing. You put energy into this to grow it and it made you happy. So it's not true that that would only ever be the happiest thing to happen. Happier times are on their way for you, but you have to start watering the seeds for it. Or you're right. You will make this true that it's never going to happen. Again, actions. Actions. You need to water the seeds. You need to plant new seeds. You need to be the gardener. I often think there's no point in becoming emotionally invested because I usually don't trust people and can be quite cynical. Yeah. Understand that that kind of energy is creating you to kind of have a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the last time I put investment and time into something, it grew into something really beautiful and made me really happy. But it's not worth doing that same thing again. But it made you happy. But that didn't just make you happy. Putting energy like that into something made you really freaking happy. So even though it didn't last, why wouldn't you continue to... You already have an example that what you pour energy into has great potential to make you really freaking happy. Why wouldn't you keep doing that? Because of one instance of it ending and shifting and changing. Life always shifts and ends and changes. Take the beautiful opportunities that are clearly available to you, Matthew, is what this card is saying. Grow something, please. Thank you, Nerdmeister. Sorry, Matthew. I have an extra energy behind me because this is like, they're kind of saying enough is enough, Matthew, is what they're saying. You've been where you're at for far too long. That's why the energy is coming out so strong and like my voice is like extra firm because enough is enough already. You deserve good things. But it's going to require some work on your part. This is going to be the first time tarot's coming out for the evening. First time tarot's coming out for the evening. Hi, Fee. Welcome in, dear. Thank you for your subscription fee. I'm glad to see you. One more card. Two more cards. Sorry, Matthew, you're gonna get a lot of time devoted to you, hon. I think things will calm down now. Like, I feel like what the rest of what I have to say is gonna be softer. So if you feel a little beat up, I'm sorry. Things are about to get softer for you. More gentle. But sometimes we have to have somebody light a match under our butt, right? So that way we can, like, do it. Right? Sometimes we need that little light under our foot, under our butt. Sometimes we need that match lit. Sometimes we need a kick in the butt. Sometimes we need that tough love. I almost feel like Who else are you gonna get that tough love from? Who else are you gonna get the tough love from? Matthew, I feel like I had to be very direct with you, because I feel like with the Lover's card coming out, when I said you need some tough love, I feel like the people around you are very like soft, like understanding to the point where they almost placate each other into their own misery, if this makes sense. Like everybody just understands where everyone's coming from, so nobody really pushes anybody to make any changes. Like, I feel like you've maybe talked to your family and friends about this kind of situation that you've been feeling, and they just empathize with you and haven't really lit a match under you to like make changes. So I feel like you needed this to be a little bit more aggressive. Because you have lots of loving, caring people, and you all just kind of, there's a lot of empathy. Like, empathize, but don't push for growth. Like, empathize, but don't push for change. Empathize, but don't suggest a way to move through things. Empathize. You have really good empathizing people, but nobody who's gonna smack you up the head when you need to be smacked up the head. You know, like in the most loving way possible. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you have a lot of feminine, very gentle kind of energy around you, and you needed this to be like more intense. Good night, Techno. I'm sorry you have to go to bed. Sorry that the reads have taken so long today. I'm sorry. Good night, though. Sweet dreams. They don't mean anything wrong, Matthew. What they're doing is not necessarily wrong. It's just you're asking because you're wanting to finally like grow past all this. Like, you're like, I'm kind of tired of being here. Like, you understand your family, like, you understand your family just cares, but you also know that you're willing to like move to find it, moved beyond it. You like the hairstyle? Thank you, V. There's lots of feminine energy here, very super soft, super nurturing, super like, I feel like there's not a whole lot of like fire, like masculine energy around you. People cut you off in traffic and you flip them off. Breathe. Did you breathe, Eddie? Did you at least breathe? Sorry. Yeah, we're getting ready to actually go through the cards, so I haven't even really started reading yet. I really haven't started reading yet. I was still channeling. Alright, so general energies first. We read Matthew, and then I ask for specific messages, so. I do, Fee, yeah. When you describe my energy as feminine, it's interesting. I think you're not the only one, though. Everyone around you has very soft, gentle, feminine energy. Gembles. I'm glad you're having fun, hun. You will not distract me, though, I promise. But if you're having fun, it is what it is. You're not too distracting yet. I'm too plugged in to be distracted by you at the moment, dear. Alright. So the first card is the Strength card. Strength card talks about, well, it's pretty straightforward. Being strong, having your own strength, growing your own strength. The King of Cups is talking about finding your biggest sense of fulfillment, finding your cup, being in charge, finally, I feel like, of owning your own fulfillment. Like, this isn't just somebody who wants something great. This is somebody who wants something great, but also to be in charge of it. Like, this is somebody who's ready to finally manifest their cup, their divine large cup. They're ready for greatness, and they're willing to put in the work. And they know that it takes emotional work to get there. Good night, Drathion. Sweet dreams. A sabotage card comes out. My chaotic energy card comes out, and my depression card comes out. Let me sit with these cards for a minute, because I think they're all talking about the same thing. Was this talking about... Can we get clarification on who this is, please? Was this a romantic relationship? Or... I feel like this isn't self-sabotage necessarily. This is talking about you feeling betrayal of some kind. I'm led to ask if this is like a romantic relationship. Like, you would correlate your happiest time to like a very specific event, which could be romantic, or like somebody that's really close, like best friend even, maybe, who it's hard to explain. That's okay if it's hard to explain, which might be why I'm not sure either. If this situation is confusing, this is sporadic energy, which also can talk about confusion. And this talks about depression. So if this relationship that you had was beautiful but not well defined, and you're not sure how to explain it, then that makes sense with this card. My question related to a romantic relation which lasted for a long time and ended badly. Then my father passed away. Did they like betray you? Because this is like sabotage, betrayal. You've been overcoming that trauma. Pillowism is a good religion. Sleep is healthy. You guys are so funny. I wonder if this pain in my chest I've had for 2 weeks isn't heartburn and is something I need to let go of. Yeah, they did. That's what this is saying. Okay, I just wanted to make sure before I started running that energy with the rest of the cards. Hi, Matilda. Welcome in. Or at least I suspected. I feel like they did. Yeah, Matthew. I feel like they did. They moved on fast, let's say. I feel like they did. This is sabotage card. This is betrayal card. This isn't just a bad ending. My cards have very specific energies. And this is talking about betrayal and sabotage. If you just feel like the relationship is not going in a good direction and you just let it you leave on that term, this kind of card would not come out. Just saying. I'm just being honest. There would be a different card. But this is specifically saying I got a very close relationship that felt romantic. Maybe it was romantic, but it didn't feel romantic because they were always focused on something else, really, honestly. Which might be why I wasn't sure if it was or not. Like, it felt uncertain. Which, if they are not being faithful, that would make sense. And I would say if you felt like it, then most likely. I would trust my own intuition, though. It's alright, Daniel, dear. I actually closed the queue already. Matilda, hun. I actually closed the queue already. Sorry. This card here is talking about sporadic energy. Good night, Eddie. Hey, Beanbag, welcome back, honey. Glad to see you. This is talking about a sporadic energy. Confusion also. I feel like this card... okay. I feel like this card is talking about paying a little more attention in the future to the people around you and what they're saying to you. I feel like people noticed that this person's energy was weird, and they might have been trying to grab your attention as a warning of what was coming. But I feel like you kind of were blinded. I know, Daniel, you're okay, sweetie. I feel like you were kind of blinded. And everyone was trying to, it's always hard. Maybe you might not have noticed because your family is very soft. And they might not have directly come out and said, I don't trust this person. They were probably very gently kind of saying, well, that's odd that somebody would do that. Wouldn't somebody that you're in a relationship do this instead? And maybe your rebuttal is, well, that's just how we do it. It's okay. You know, I feel like you probably wouldn't have noticed this because your family is very gentle. So I feel like this card is kind of saying your family does have your back. Like, they notice things about you even that you have a hard time noticing. So I feel like there's a need for you to trust them a bit more because you might have been thinking that somebody other than you should have noticed way before you did. I feel like they did, and they tried, even though they didn't know exactly what it was. I feel like they did notice on some level, and they tried to tell you gently, but you just didn't notice. So give the people around you a benefit of the doubt, kind of. Like, they were helping in their own way. Really interesting because she was from a different culture to my own, so anything odd was dismissed as cultural difference. That's kind of what it felt like. Like, they were like, that's weird, but yeah, that's what it felt. Yeah, that would make sense because they're not And again, your family is like super soft, right? They're not going to create conflict. They're not going to stop you and say, oh my God, Matthew, oh, you really need to not date this person. Like, they would never do that. Like, that's not how they work. Like, they will let you make your own decisions, right? But they will tell you subtly when something's off, you know, but they will never impede on you, I feel. So they were helping. It's just, and they will continue to help you, right? So trust the people around you, you know? Trust the people around you, especially your family. They mean well. They'll tell you, but you might have to listen a bit harder. The depression card is basically saying, like, you've been depressed. This obviously caused depression for you. Weird. Alright, so my guides are saying you have a best friend that was helping you through this. There was a really close person who was helping you through your depression. You knew, Jambles. It's okay, though. I'm gonna ask you to calm down, though. Please. They're basically asking why don't you start pouring more into that best friend? I feel like you have a best friend who's really, really, really cares about you. Why aren't you pouring more energy into this, whoever this was? Spirit is kind of saying, nudge, nudge. This person was here for you when you were down here. Why don't we pour more into that person? Like, this would be the best person to pour energy into. People who can be with you when you need them. When you needed them and you had nothing to offer because you were empty-handed. You had an empty cup. You had nothing to offer and they were still there. I think you guys grew apart because, again, watering the seeds. Watering the plants. Watering the seeds. Good things come. Good opportunities are present. But if we're not watering the seeds, we lose opportunities that were beautiful. Is this in correlation to this? It wanted to be. This is the Lover's card. It wanted to be. It wanted to see a potential. It wanted to see a potential. It almost was, to be honest. Yeah. They told me it wanted to be. What if it wasn't true? It's time to read this back of this card now. The thing you're telling yourself right now the concrete reason why you don't think that you belong, or you can't do something, or you won't achieve something, or you're not enough, or something is just not for you. What if all of those things were not true? What if all those things were not true? It's okay to not be ready for this. It's okay to admit that this was too much at the time. It's okay to admit that you needed to just not go there right then. It's okay to admit that. But at what time do you start saying, I might actually be ready now? What time do you start moving into a new energy? It's okay to need space right after something like this happens. It's okay. That's normal. That's natural. You didn't do anything wrong with that. I think this person understood that too. But when are you going to say enough is enough? When are you going to finalize your healing by stop extending it into now and become open again? So your soul action for today. It's time for a soul chat. Close your eyes, put your hands on your heart, and ask the wise soul within you, what if it isn't true? What else might be possible? Journal your answers. What lie am I telling myself that I need to let go of so I can reach my highest potential and my soul's truth? I think you're telling yourself that you haven't healed from this yet to be ready for far too long. I think you have literally told yourself for too long that you're not ready for new things. And I think that that's not true. I feel like you can finalize some of your healing through starting to open up to the other possibilities. I think you're not done. Okay? You're not done. But you are done being here. You are done being here. You are ready to start opening up because the rest of your healing requires you to start opening up. Your final healing processes that you know you need to still deal with occur once you start preparation and start opening up to the new possibilities. They were talking about, specifically, this felt like pour more energy into this best friend. Pour energy into this best friend was the first message that came in with this card. So I really feel like even though you guys don't talk now, like things didn't end on a bad note. I feel like you guys understood each other really well. I feel like, I'm not saying you guys are gonna get in a relationship. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Spirit is saying, why don't you start pouring energy into the person that was there for you when you needed them to be there and you had nothing to offer? You have the ability to grow some seeds for yourself, and you have something to offer now. You don't have to stay here anymore. And I feel like some type of healing and lesson can come from doing that. They were in your inner circle. I feel like they'll be more than happy to come back. I feel like they still check on you. I feel like they still check on you to see if you're emotionally doing any better. That's all the cards have to say. Matthew. Sorry that read was like gentle and harsh and and a little all over the place. Hopefully it helps you though, dear. That was interesting. Yeah. I really feel like they still check up on you, and they would be happy. They would be a little nervous, but they would be glad to hear something from you, just to know that you're okay and that you're willing to kind of close that gap. Hi, Jen. Thank you for the subscription, hun. I appreciate that very much. So, Alf's mom is next. Frankly, when you said enough is enough, Matthew, she literally said those words to me. Yeah, she probably did. That's somebody who cares enough to give you tough love and light a fire under your butt when you need it. Just saying. I would just check in. I'm not saying you're gonna get in a relationship and everything's gonna be hunky-dory. I'm just saying check in. Check in, be open, see what happens. We what a better person to have around than someone who's gonna like who understands that you need to be pushed into growth. What a better person to have around, especially when you don't have that much of that fiery energy around you. It was more intense than you thought it would be, Matthew. I'm sorry. That always happens though. I freak a lot of people out when I first read for them. So I've been very like how do I say this? I've been very channel-y today and not really reading the cards. Like, I don't even remember what I've said most of the day. So if you come back and say, thanks for the reading, Luna, I'm gonna be like, what reading? Alright, so I need a question from Ulf Mom or Flap Flap. Did Flap Flap go back? And I did see Spiritual Answers, you said hi. I did see that you said hi. The energy was very intense. Yeah, the energy is very intense. Like, and that was me trying to be a little more gentle with it. Like, the energy wanted to just, like, grab you and, like, shake you. But I was like, no, we can't do that. I haven't gained enough trust with Matthew yet. I don't want him to think that I hate him. So that's why I was like, sorry, Matthew, this is a lot of energy. Never hold back with me, says Fee. Aw. That's alright. How can I cultivate more focus and concentration? Because some people do. They're like, whoa, this person is like super intense. I don't even know who she is. And she's like screaming at me almost. Like, what is this? Like, what am I watching right now? What the heck? What is this? Never born lucky. After 6 hours of antibiotic infusion, or just here to lurk and be with the music. We'll send you some extra love, lucky hun. We'll send you some extra love, dear. Also, hi, says Jen. You're just lurking. Thanks, Jen. Alright. I feel like that reading wore me out because I was so energetic. And I don't usually, I mean, look how much different I'm talking now compared to what I was talking earlier. Yeah, rest up, Lucky. Alright, how can I cultivate more focus and concentration in my life? Especially with school. You need to take a break. Flap flap. Sorry, it is channel day today. Sorry. It's channeling day today. I don't even need cards. You need to take a break. You push yourself too much. Flap flap. You push yourself too much. So then when it comes to crunch time, thank you, Fee, for that gift sub. When it comes to crunch time, you don't have anything left. It becomes harder for you to focus. So they're asking me to ask you, how many hours are you studying? How much time are you devoting to like really heavy, intensive focus? How much time? Too much time. Not enough breaks. It sounds like a lot. Too much. It's too much. I've given this advice before, and it will most likely work for you too, Flap Flap, but again, anything I say does not resonate with you guys, please disregard it. I'm just sharing what I know and feel I should share. I would say 2 hours maximum, and then go take a break. Max. And that's still too much. I feel like you're very focused on wanting to do good and wanting to achieve the most you can. There's an energy of being optimal. Like getting the most out of yourself because you know that you're able to do that. How long have we been streaming? 4 hours and 18 minutes. Or such. I don't know, I don't have a timer on. Oh, 4 hours and 21 minutes, sorry. Thank you. Let me get a soul card though. Yeah, thank you, Flap Flap. This card is here to help you know when you need to take a break. When our mind starts, let's be honest. Okay, when our mind starts wandering, when our mind starts wandering when we've been feeding ourselves into the same task for too long. We get bored, right? Our mind gets bored. Our mind wants some other type of stimulus, right? It's natural. It's natural. And Flap Flap, I feel like you are getting frustrated by that. And you're getting upset with yourself and you're saying, just push through it. Because I got stuff to do, okay? I don't care. You should just do what I will you to do. And I will you into continuing to study and be bored. It's too much control. Too much control. It's good that you want to get stuff done, but it's too much control and not enough giving yourself a break. So, and this is kind of confirming what I've been saying. What is my body telling me right now? So when you start to notice yourself spacing out or drifting off, or your mind wants to go wander elsewhere, go take a break right then. Step away right then. Go for a walk. Move your body. Loosen up your muscles. Sit up straighter. And it could be short. It doesn't mean stop for an hour or 8 hours and then come back. No. This could be like 5 minutes. Your brain needs to be able to... Your brain is saying, I need something else right now because I'm at capacity with what is currently being presented to me. That's what your brain is saying. Like, I can't... The stimulus the stimulus that you're providing to me, I've reached capacity to absorb. I need something else. And so then your brain is saying, okay, I'm gonna go do this other thing. And you're like punishing your brain for doing what it naturally is trying to do. Right? It's saying, I'm at capacity, man. I need to go somewhere else for a minute. And you're saying, no. Bad brain. Bad brain. When really you need to just listen to that. And say, you know what? Actually, I could see that being the case. So let's get up and take a break for a minute. Let's get up and watch a 5-minute video. You know, let's get up and... I feel like you need to feed into that more. So this is saying, Flap Flap, our body speaks to us through pain and discomfort. If you've sat so long that your shoulders hurt, you need to get up and move. I feel like your neck, in specific, Flap Flap, I feel like your neck is where most of your strain happens. And even your neck will cause you distraction, I feel. So this is about listening to the body and giving the body what it needs, because if the body is taken well care of, it's going to do its most optimal. It's going to be most optimal when it's doing what it needs to do. So I feel like you're not allowing your body, you're in too much control of your body. So much so that you're actually depleting the optimization of your body. You're not listening to your body enough. So by trying to control it into being optimal, you're actually creating it to not be optimal. If that makes sense. Hi Jackals Fox, welcome back. And hi Lindsay. Does this make sense? There's a natural flow you need to find with your body that will actually bring it to the optimal that you're really wanting. So by taking short breaks and doing, right? I've been talking about self-care all night. Doing more consistent self-care. Beginner self-care starts with taking care of the physical body in a better way. Notice how everything today is kind of like rolling into itself. I'm noticing. You start with this. You just need more self-care. Listen to your body. Take breaks. Because when your body has what it needs, it'll stop. You won't have to fight your body anymore. I feel like you have to fight it a lot to get it to do what you want it to do. It's the other way around. Give your body what it needs, and it will naturally even it will exceed your expectations. When your body is struggling to even get what it needs, that's when you have to fight it, because it's fighting you, because it's like, you're not taking good enough care of me, so I don't have what it takes to do what you need me to do. But when we take care of our body, it exceeds our expectations. We're like, wow, I didn't think you could even do that. That's amazing. And your body's like, thanks for taking care of me. This is what optimal self-care does. You know? This is what optimal self-care does. So, this is really about just doing more self-care. Taking breaks, going for a walk. If your brain is wandering, let it wander for a minute. Don't get upset. Don't get mad at your body. Because your body is you. Don't get upset at you. Just let it do what it needs to do, and then bring it back in. Give it what it needs, and then bring yourself back to where you need to be. This is gentle. I hope one card is good, Flap Flap. Do you have any other questions? And thank you, the new original, for your bits, hon. I appreciate that very much, very much. Jackal says, listen to the body and the mind. Take your time and just be happy to be you. Yes, exactly. When we force it, sometimes we have too much control. Lots of force, lots of control. You are already naturally optimized when you allow yourself to flow. You're welcome, Flap Flap. Alright, Red, it's your turn, dear. And then we have Osmam, Purple Moon, and Kethra. Osmam and Kethra. I've channeled so much today. One card. All that information from one card. But the reads have still been really long. That's if Red is still awake. I guess that's what happens when you take care of yourself, right? When you don't force yourself to do lots of heavy readings when your energy is low. When you give yourself self-care and decide, you know what, I need to unplug for a few days. Okay, body, we'll let you unplug for a few days. It's okay. Then we just come back stronger. Alright, you're all getting one card. Let's get it done. It's a good thing though. It's a good thing. Alright. We are at, yeah. So, I was waiting for Red. Guidance on finance. Okay. Okay. Expansion? Expanding how it comes in? Trying more than one thing? More than one stream? Like, don't put all your eggs in one basket? Sorry. This is really funny. This is really funny. Expand. What'd I say? There's an expanding energy. What risk can I take today? You can't expand if you don't take risks. Well, that was really fitting, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Red? Well, that was really fitting. This is, be not mistaken, you will have to take bigger risks than you ever thought possible on this path towards your dreams. You will have to take the big, scary leap. But do not fret, because your soul has wings. Expansion. What risk can you take to move towards your dreams? Make a decision and do it. No more thinking about it, only doing. Be brave and courageous, and you will discover what you're really made of. Wow, if that wasn't super direct. If that wasn't super direct, I don't know what else is. Do we have anything else we want to give Red for that? All right, so they said just do it. You may have, they're saying you're nervous because you realize that it's going to take you spending money, and you're nervous to spend money. And they are kind of saying, yes, you may not initially get that money back, but I feel like they're kind of saying take the risk anyway. Something else is trying to come in. Hold on. There's something that is actually going to cost either money or lots of energy, or there's something very risky. Very risky, according to you. That you're like, I really kinda don't want to do this one. So I made up another avenue that's more safe, just in case. I came up with something that's similar, that I hope maybe will be acceptable instead. Whew, no. Nope, quit playing around. Is basically what this feels like. No, quit playing around. It's good to problem solve, but I feel like a problem solve with this is what they're saying. Like you're problem solving before you even started. So they're saying start, please, and then you can use your really great problem solving to make this work. They're saying you're trying to solve the issue before you've even gone down the road. And you're making up new avenues that really aren't going to go anywhere. You're creating more options for yourself because you're problem solving too soon. Does this make sense, Red? They're saying you know what to do, but you keep not doing it and problem solving your way into new roads that never even needed to exist. Get rid of those, please. Stop it. Stop doing that. Just do the thing. Problem solve this. Don't problem solve before you get through this. You invest a little bit currently, but I don't see that as a long term. Yeah, you won't. You won't, Red. You won't. They were saying you're pouring money into something or a lot of energy into something and you're not seeing anything come through for it. But they're really focused on that in particular. Whatever you keep pouring money into that you think is a waste of time is not actually a waste of time. That's what you need to problem solve. If you feel like you need more out of it, focus on it and figure out a way to get more out of it. Problem solve the actual issue. Don't create new issues. You know what I feel like you can tweak this and get more than you could if you were like out leaving this alone and going down different roads. Does this make sense? You're gonna get more if you just focus on this and tweak it. Problem solve this. Whatever this is. They're not telling me what it is, but it is something that you are nervous about putting money and energy into because you are not making anything currently. Like you're expending and you haven't seen anything. And they're kind of saying you won't for a while. Like, you're right, you won't. With the way it currently is, because you haven't problem solved it, you won't. So I feel like maybe replacing some investments or talking to an investor and finding out the best way to invest in that same thing. Like, this feels like you need to use that same problem solving greatness and strength that you have on this in specific. It's almost like this needs your attention, but you're creating other things that are a lot easier for you to fix. Or it's like the elephant in the room. You're creating more problems by creating more roads when you really just need to fix this. So what risk can I take today? It is a risk. It is a risk. I do feel like it needs tweaking though. It needs your attention. It definitely does. So I would not leave this thing as is. Collaboration. Maybe you need to find a new investment group. I feel like, would you agree, Red, that maybe your current investment group doesn't make it very easy for you to make adjustments to this? Like, they kind of make you dance around everything, which might be why you are avoiding spending time on it, because they make it really hard for you to make any changes. That would make a lot of sense, actually. Do you do it independently? I wonder why this collaboration card's here then. You don't invest through anybody? Maybe the work of doing it yourself. I'll wait for more cards. Hi, Lancy. Interesting. Welcome in, Lancy. Glad to see you. Finance. This is interesting cards to pull out. Is this, there's a lot of different energies in here. So I definitely still feel like the Three of Cups is talking about like celebration and collaboration. The Ten of Swords is, I still feel it's talking about like walking on eggshells. King of Cups talks about finding your fulfillment. The Tower card talks about change, things ending. The Judgment card comes out, and then the Nine of Pentacles. The Nine of Pentacles is my card of, hey CJ! The Nine of Pentacles is my card of like public displayed creativity, like theater, music that you write and produce. This talks about creativity that is shown to the public. But what does this have to do with finance? You would like to be known as a lunatic? You can be. You can be if you want. Do you currently invest in something like this, of this caliber? Grow agriculture? Sorry, they were just talking about growing. I've been talking about seeds all night. Creative endeavors. I'm trying to figure out how this correlates to your finance question. So you involved a bit with, okay, that makes more sense, because they were like growing, and I was like, growing what? And then they were talking about the tree. So agriculture was why I said agriculture, because they were just saying grow, and I'm like, I don't understand what you're talking about. Do you invest though? What are you investing in? Red. This thing. What is this? They're not telling me. Is it in correlation to this? Or is this whole reading just off and I need to refocus my energy? Because I feel like this card is trying to combine this and the rest of the cards together. You have thought about it? Investing in the agriculture? You think we need Luna's VODs? I mean, you could go back to a VOD if you really wanted to. Thought about it, but not actually done it. I do feel like there's some type of collaboration that needs to happen, for sure. It's going to be... Most investments are DeFi platforms and things involving cryptocurrency. They said agriculture, so I don't know if that should be something that you consider switching, because again, this is saying adjust this in particular. So I do feel like there's some collaboration that needs to happen. There's going to be some hoops to jump through, right? It's going to be a difficult transition that's not easy. But I do feel like this is kind of like saying your time and energy should go into things that you're passionate about. Like, just because this is money doesn't mean your heart shouldn't be involved in it. It's kind of the opposite is what I'm kind of feeling. Like, why would you pour energy and money into something that you don't have a passion for, that you don't actually care about? Like, it seems stupid to put heart and passion into something like this, but I feel like this card is trying to say this is the adjustment that needs to come through, because I feel like, Red, what you're passionate about is what other people are passionate about, and that is going to be what grows in the future, right? This is kind of the feeling that's coming through. Grow. Thank you. They're saying grows. Grow is what they said with this card. Grow. Something that's actually going to grow. Which could be agriculture of some kind, but they kept saying grow. Tower card. Sustainable construction? Is this a passion? Do you have a passion for sustainable construction? Like cob houses, or like sustainable like living? Interesting. This is weird. This is weird. This card is basically talking about like the way we build things is changing and should change. Like, it needs to change is what this card is talking about. The way we use and build our communities and buildings and structures, it needs to change, and it will change. Like, we are making it change, basically. Like, it has to change. Like, there's no if, and, or buts about this kind of energy. Like, this is going to happen. This has to happen. So then I was like, I don't understand that in context of our card reading. Please clarify. And then this agriculture, these two cards actually went together. So then I was like, sustainable agricultural building? Like, what does that even mean? And then I kind of got the energy of like sustainable building. Like the way, like sustainable construction. But this is going to require collaboration. And there would be a lot of hoops to jump, because this is a completely new way of doing things. And people judge it and don't understand it. No, but the intuition said to me that she sees my far-sighted occupation. She sees blueprints. Did she? And I'm sitting here going, sustainable construction? That doesn't seem a little weird. From these cards, typically not read in that fashion at all whatsoever. The Tower card. How in the heck visually would you get sustainable construction that way? Anyone else see that? No, not really. Maybe a tiny bit. That's why it took me so long to get it, because I wasn't getting it. I'm like, I don't see what you're pointing out. Then they had to, like, actually give me words. I'm like, I don't get what you're trying to point out. Wow, holy crap. Sorry, Red, that took us a while because I just was not understanding. They're saying this has to happen. Like, this is going to happen. So I would really prepare for something like that, for sure. It's fulfilling. Passionate. Put your heart into what you want to spend your time and money into. I would at least look into sustainable construction and see how your heart feels about it. And if your heart likes it, then go for it, for sure. And if not, then ignore everything I just said, but that's a little weird. You won't be able to do it by yourself, though. There's definitely collaboration here, so you're going to need to get used to, if you are going to go on this route, you're going to need to get used to working well with other people. So it's going to be a challenge, Red. This kind of project you're not going to be able to do on your own. You will need to collaborate, and it is going to mean sometimes dropping your pride and your confidence a bit to correlate and collaborate better with other people. I do feel like this has something to do with sustainable construction, and whatever you're pouring energy and money into, you should be passionate about it. If you're not passionate about what you're currently investing in, and that's in any sense of the word at all, period, then you need to be reevaluating that, because anything on any level that you are putting any kind of time and money into, your heart should be in it. Wow. I was very confused the whole time reading it. That's why I was like, what? What does this even mean? But I hope the recap makes more sense. Maybe it's so many parts to it because there's a lot of things that you need to be reevaluating your investments in. Maybe that's why it's a bit general. Or it could be very direct and we just don't understand it yet. Or it could be way off. Who knows? We will see. We will see. Time tells. All Red, thank you for letting me read for you. Purple Moon is next, and then we have Kethra. It's down to the core. Mm-hmm. Hey, gold hairs, welcome in, sweetheart. It's down to the core. It should be down to the core for sure. Sometimes there's what we think we should be doing and what we feel we should be doing. And you need to go more with what you feel. That's why they really want you to be investing in things you're passionate about with your heart and your soul. Because those are the things that you should be growing. Excuse me. Even if to your mind it doesn't make sense. Like, no one else is doing that. Hi, Gold Hairs. Actually, the queue's closed. I'm so sorry. So, Catherine. Purple Moon wants a general. Can we channel a general today? Let's see what happens. We'll let the Soul Truth card tell us the answer. And it could be so far-sighted that we're just like, we don't even, God, how do you even handle something like that? When it's so far in the future. Thank you very much for that. I'm at odds with the rational mind. I need to let the heart breathe. Like I said, when we're passionate about something, other people are passionate about those things too. And those are the things that grow. Those are the things that grow. You can handle it, Red. You can handle it. Alright. What card do we have in here? What do we need to tell Purple Moon today? Wow. This one came out straight away. This one popped out right away. Right after we asked. Am I letting fear stop me? Yeah, I know. Are you ready to look at why? You'll stop hanging on to fear so much, Purple Moon, once you start doing more self-care. We hold on to fear because we fear we'll make a mistake. We fear we're not going to be good enough at it. We fear also being successful at it because then we'll fudge it up. Is really also what's coming through. I might slip into success on accident, but it's not because I'm good enough to actually get it on my own. There's a not enoughness coming through. So how do I feel like I would be enough to quit using fear as a crutch for me to kind of confirm that? I mean, look how scared I am. Obviously, I wouldn't even be good at it because I can't even manage to stop being afraid. This is feeding into itself. Are you experiencing a mountain of fear right now? Are you stalling? Are you freezing? Are you thinking about giving up? But I mean, yes, I still give up because I just don't have the energy to keep going sometimes. I'll continue when I have the energy. You'll have more energy when you do your self-care. I feel like a broken record, Purple Moon, because I I did a little bit of guidance for you for self-care already. Understand that you have a hard time pushing through like you need to because of your energy. It's hard to do. You don't have enough energy to do it all the time. So then you give yourself a little break, right? You're like, okay, I know I don't have energy for this right now, so I'm going to take a break, right? That's you doing self-care. So congratulations. Keep doing that. But instead of just doing it, you make yourself feel guilty for doing it. Like almost straight away. Like before you should. Like be hard on yourself when you rest, when you know you're resting for way too long. That's when you need to be hard on yourself. Don't be hard on yourself right after you make the decision. That's not the appropriate time. You just started to listen to yourself and give yourself the rest. You are being way too hard on yourself. It's like you beat yourself up for listening to what you need. That listening to yourself, congratulations, that is self-care. Beating yourself up right after you choose to do your self-care is not good self-care. So you need a bit more balance. Rest. It's because you're learning boundaries with yourself is what it is, Purple Moon. You know that you tend to rest sometimes for too long. You're aware of that tendency with yourself. So you're thinking, I'll catch myself before I even start. Well, you're punishing yourself before you even let yourself get started on waiting too long. Do you understand what I'm trying to get across for you? Like you're actually punishing yourself before you even get to the point where you need to be laying your foot down. You're laying your foot down straight away. And then so the energy of guilt sits with you the entire time you're supposed to be relaxing. The energy of guilt then, because you've done that, punish yourself before you even started. Then the energy of guilt you latch onto while you're supposed to be resting. So then you don't feel rested. Then you say, well, it was a waste of time for me to give myself rest. No, it was a waste of time for you to punish yourself before you even started resting. The need for rest itself wasn't the waste of time. It was you punishing yourself before you even got started that was the waste of time. Do you see the correlations that you're making in your mind to give yourself a reason to punish yourself again next time? And maybe go back to telling yourself you don't need rest because when you do it, it doesn't get you anywhere. You're in your own way, Purple Moon. It's not you listening to yourself that caused the issue. It's you punishing yourself. So that's what needs to quit. Okay? You're doing a really good job at listening to yourself, but you're doing a terrible job with punishing yourself. That's what's hurting you the most. Not listening, but punishing. Okay? You'll find that everything in life goes much easier when you stop push. Control. I said this many times in the stream today. You all need to just flow. You are already an optimal being naturally by yourself when you listen to what your body needs. You naturally already become your optimal self You don't need to control yourself to become optimal. You are already naturally optimal when you listen to your body. This is like beginner lessons. Not to say that you're not spiritually developed, Purple Moon, but I feel like there's some people in chat who are a bit confused as to why I keep saying this. This is very beginner stuff, which is why I keep going back and saying it over and over and over and over. And to also confirm that Purple Moon's not the only one who forces themselves to be the best, but doesn't understand that they already are the best. They just need to let themselves flow better and stop fighting and controlling themselves to become optimal. You're already optimal. Already optimal. Already. You are built optimal. You were built to run optimally. Your body breathes without you thinking about it. Your body pushes blood through your body without you having to tell it to do so. Your neurons fire without you having to demand that it do it the right way. So why are so many of us living life thinking we have to demand that we do and be a certain way? To be optimal. We are already created optimally. Are you guys getting tired of hearing me say this yet? You all need to just flow. Hi, Turt. Welcome in, hun. Sorry, you caught me on like a channeling rant. Does this make sense to you guys? You are already optimal. You just need to trust and you just need to flow. You felt control in the family and realized it and inherited it. We're kind of taught control too, let's not lie. We are taught in life that if we want the best, we have to do the best and create the best and force ourselves into the best, when it's actually the exact opposite. We already are. We just need to stop forcing it into what it looks like, into what we're told it should look like. There's a lot of growth happening though today. My energy today is very direct and like circular and cylindrical and builds back into itself a lot today because a lot of people are learning today, I feel. And this is really what needs to be reiterated over and over and over again. Look how simple it is what they're saying. Look how simple this is. Look how simple it is. Everybody's making healing and growing and expanding and your purpose and what you need to be doing on the planet and whether or not you're gonna make a mistake in life and if you're growing into your optimal self well enough. And you guys are overcomplicating things. Like, start with listening to your body and your heart and do what it's telling you to do. And stop punishing yourselves for listening. Don't tell yourself, oh, that didn't work, or oh, I shouldn't do that, that's a waste of time. Stop punishing yourselves. You're already optimal the way you are. You don't have to force yourself to be optimal. You already are. It's just you're telling yourself that you're not, is really what it is. The problem is you're telling yourself you're not. Are you experiencing a mountain of fear right now? Are you stalling, freezing, or giving up? The juicy secret is that you are the boss of fear. You are unstoppable, but it's up to you to see that by taking actions. So your soul action today, be brave to do it anyway, even if you're scared. Which should be easy for you because you do things even when you're tired. You force yourself to do things because you have to be optimal and do things in order to merit that you are good enough. You should already be able to do this very easily because you're already good at forcing yourself to do things even when you're tired. You're very good at pushing yourself, but in what direction do you want to be pushing yourself now? So choose one. Today, be brave and do it scared anyway. Choose one of your fears and move through that fear. You are in need of a hero. And guess who that hero is? It's you. It's you. And who you will become. This is all current energy, Purple Moon. This is specifically just Purple Moon and their energy right now. This is specifically just Purple Moon living their life right now in this moment. Again, I'm getting the need to point out, Purple Moon, you're looking everywhere else except for at you right now. This must be past cycles from my family. This must be past life thing. This must be everything else but me right now. When literally this card is only talking about you. Am I, Purple Moon, letting fear stop me? And this is about everybody else who needs to hear this message too. A lot of people are doing this same thing. And yes, sometimes our lessons are deeper and do correlate to past lives, past trauma, family trauma. But this instance is strictly just Purple Moon. This that we need to work on now is just Purple Moon. We can work on all that other stuff once we master this. Once Purple Moon masters the fact that they are already perfectly optimized right now and that they are enough, and learns to stop pushing themselves and trying to control themselves to be anything other than who they are, then they can move on to those other lessons. But this one is specifically Purple Moon now. Sometimes it's easier. We want to work on everything else outside of us. We all do this, I feel. So you're not alone, Purple Moon. We all kind of think, what I do in a reading on the elephant in the room, we all want to take care of the little stuff first, that we know we can tackle much better and have a better understanding of and make better correlations from. We can handle everything outside of ourselves much better than we can handle ourselves. Right? We understand people's psychology much better than we understand our own psychology because we beat ourselves up so much. But we understand that other people shouldn't beat themselves up. But we won't stop doing that. Really? Really? You are so kind and giving and understanding and compassionate to other people, and you understand their garbage, but you don't want to give that same thing to yourself? This is about stopping punishing yourselves. Stop punishing yourself. Stop telling yourself you're not enough. I took like 3 days of light streaming and reading. So today I'm actually doing really well. I took like 3 days off where we did basic reads. I didn't tap into anything. And we just kind of hung out, probably for a good week. And now this is my first day back to plugging in. And it's been nothing but basically channeling. So I'm doing really well though. But thank you for checking on me. This is almost our last read. So I'm gonna pull a couple oracles just to help, because the heavy stuff is hard to hang on to. Self-love. All right, yeah, okay. Okay. It's about pushing through your self-punishment. And yes, your fears. You're really good at pushing yourself to do things you know you shouldn't do. Like, you know you need rest, but you'll push yourself to not take a rest and do something anyway that you know you shouldn't. So you're already good at pushing yourself. It's not a matter of, does Purple Moon know how to push herself? That's not the yes, you do, but you're not pushing yourself in the right direction. This is about taking more self-love, doing more self-care, and pushing yourself through your fear instead of pushing yourself away from yourself and self-care. Your oracle cards are basically saying, again, once you master your self-care, you're going to have more energy. You're going to have a passion for life, and a new energy that you didn't have before. Like, everything feels kind of just okay right now. That's because the way you're taking care of yourself is okay. Optimal self-care brings you ultimate and optimal energy and passion. So, your life is a direct correlation with how you care for yourself. Self-love card is coming out to say what I've been preaching the entire time. You need more self-love. Stop punishing yourself. Quit it. We don't have any space for punishing ourselves. Your self-love will grow by not only giving yourself more passion, which is what you want to feel extra fulfilled. Well, give yourself extra fulfilling self-care. Direct correlation. Your courage and bravery are going to come through much stronger too, because you'll have that extra energy from optimal self-care to push through the fears that you want to be working through. It's hard to work through and push through stuff when you don't have enough energy. More self-care will bring you what you're looking for. Pushing through your fears is also going to provide you with the new opportunities that you're looking for as well. So really everything that you want is directly waiting for you to have self-care that gives you enough energy to continue to go. Everything relies on your self-care to be top notch. Yeah, it is. Optimal self-care is recognizing, oh, my body hurts while I sit in this chair. So you breathe and love on your body. Optimal self-care is, wow, I'm actually really exhausted today. Oh God, I need to just sleep today. And going and sleeping. But not telling yourself, oh, that's dumb. Telling yourself, any negative self-talk is not self-care. Optimal self-care is saying, you know what, body? You're right. You do have some aches today. I should do something to take care of that for you. It's saying, you know what, mind? I understand that you are having a hard time focusing. Maybe I should give you a break. It's saying, wow, my emotions are like all over the place right now. Maybe I should take some time to sit down and let some of those out. It's loving yourself. It's saying, wow, I recognize some needs that are kind of need attention. Sometimes really need attention, and addressing it. And not dismissing it. And not dismissing it. And not punishing yourself before you've even done it. That's what optimal self-care is. And then you can get to the deeper stuff. But you need to start there first. It's easier to start with the body because we know how to associate with the body. We can deal with all the other things we know we need to heal later. But if we're not even familiar with our body, we're not going to be familiar with our emotions, and we're not going to be familiar with our energy. Like, why are we trying to skip steps? Like, no. That's why you all are confused. Because you're going, oh, my energy, my emotions, my... Yeah, but do you even know how to take care of your body? Maybe if you took care of your body, all that other stuff wouldn't be so haywire. I mean, it's a correlation. Like, they all go together very, very closely. And I'm not saying those of you who do the other work and do the body, maybe, I'm not saying one is president over the other. I'm just saying for people who are just starting, the body is the easiest one to keep track of because it's the one we're most familiar with. So that's why I'm paying so much attention to it, because that's the one most of us are really familiar with as a starting point. Not one is more important than the other, and it's okay if you start with a different one and then come back to a different one, and then it's okay. Like, I'm not telling anybody that you have to start with a body. I just recognize that a lot of us, it's easier for us to start there first, because then all the rest of it is a lot easier. Yeah, it's Kethra's turn. Your signal's just weak. My question is, the occupation I want long term, the one that is the occupation I want long term, the one that is best suited for me. My guides might not want to talk about that because they won't answer me, so if it doesn't work, then just a general. Okay, let's see. They won't talk to me, so maybe they'll talk to you? Ooh. There's some fieriness coming in. Oh my gosh. I felt like this fiery energy on my back. Whoa. Okay, let's see what they say. Like somebody is walking up behind me like... I'm here. I'm ready. Alright, let's see what they say. Just for a minute. We're on our last read. You're still reflecting on your reading, Matthew. That's alright, dear. That's okay. Have you kind of pulled your energy, resources, focus, money away from this for a minute? Like, maybe we did just a tiny bit? It's not letting me. It's alright. Okay. What do I do after you get a gift sub? You're a Twitch noob. You get the joy of supporting my stream. Usually subscribers are priority in the queue. You also get emotes. So you can use special emotes for the stream, and you can use them across the Twitch platform. I have subscriber-only channels in Discord. So if that interests you, most people don't talk in there though. We're kind of quiet. It's okay though. I'm kind of waiting for Kythera to come back. And I grabbed the same deck that I had before. Yes, the kitty cat. The kitty cat. I don't mind the extra time because it's the last reading, so. Let's see what cards they pull out for us. Yeah, that was my kitty. Lexi Lou. Worth it for a cat. She was the best cat too. She was our dream warrior. She passed away not that long ago. She was our astral protector. She was the shielder, the otherworldly guardian of the treehouse. When are we doing this again, Night? It depends. I think my next scheduled day is Tuesday evening. Thank you, Memphis. She was a sweet one. She was our dream warrior. Ooh. They're saying don't, this feels like, I feel like, honestly, Catherine, I know you're not here right now and I can't really bounce stuff off of you, but I've honestly felt like the first card was talking about, like, don't stop pouring resources into it. Like, I feel like you didn't stop, but you kind of took a step back because you're scared. And so, like, you've slowed. This feels like a slowing down, like not a complete cut it off and wait to see if it sinks. But I do feel like there's been some type of pullback, some kind. And both of these two cards afterwards are kind of like talking about don't cut that off. Like don't stop yet. Basically. Maybe with money? You were enjoying the Cosmic Flames video? Isn't it nice? I'm definitely going to do more Tank Drum videos. I thought I would probably pick one evening on the weekend to do my tank drum, because then I can have, so maybe we'll have one video a week for YouTube for the meditations. I'll have to think about that, because I don't really make any money off YouTube. But it is nice. It is fun and I enjoy doing it. And I've noticed most of you really enjoy it too, so I'll probably still do it. But I don't feel like putting that much energy into it quite yet. So maybe like once a week. I can handle that. Unless my private reads get out of hand, then I might not have any time. But I do like making them. It's a lot of fun. I really honestly enjoy playing the tank drum. Is my favorite part. The video, not so much. But playing the tank drum, I really enjoy. Ooh, your guide's coming through on this read. Like, I got you. I got you. Maybe you feel them on the back of your back, too. Maybe that's how you recognize them. This is very interesting. I've been talking, Kethra. But it's okay. I think so, Matthew. Yeah, everybody's got somebody on their team. On the other side. But they only get involved if you ask them to, or if you want them to. Or if your life depends on it. Do you feel them on your back? Do you feel them on your back? They're talking about your back. Like, I got your back. Alright, you need to stop freaking out. They're basically saying, Kethra, that they have been telling you over and 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 over that you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Which might be why they quit answering you. Which might be why they quit answering you. Like, I already gave we already gave the answer. Stop asking. Dude, but you need confirmation, so here. Hi, Steve. When you say if you ask them to, do you mean during reading or meditation, or just anytime? Anytime. Anytime. Doesn't matter. You could do it right now if you wanted to. Doesn't matter. But it does take some growth. It does take some active participation on your part to recognize them. Like, it's not like you say, guides and ancestors and my spiritual team, please show up for me today. And then they just kind of like visually pop up. Like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You gotta grow it. It's like any other kind of relationship. You gotta like grow it, right? You were repeating that in your head. I'm back. I'm here. I'm back. There was this felt like a male energy that came through and was like very, very much on the back. And then this card came out. Again, male energy. and that activated back. So I feel like this is kind of saying like, yep, this is me. Yep, this is me. This is me. Anyway, I feel like basically the cards are trying to say, like, keep going. I feel like part of you has slowed down, not necessarily stopped investing time, money, resources, energy, money. You haven't, like, I don't feel like you've cut it off completely, but you have slowed it down out of fear. And so these cards feel like they're saying, don't cut it off all the way. Yeah, some things are shifting and some things are changing, but this is kind of saying it won't grow if you don't water it, right? With actual money. Like, look, there's little coins, like with actual money. So if you're thinking about cutting off finances to whatever it is you're trying to do, that's gonna like kill it. If you wanna kill it, stop throwing money at it. If you wanna kill it, stop throwing money at it. That's literally what this is kind of saying. I mean, you can kill it if you want. Stop throwing money at it and it'll die. And you won't have to worry about it. Then you won't have to worry about it. Then you'll know your answer for sure. Hey Seda, welcome to the treehouse, hon. So this is saying, am I focused on what I want most? I feel like from fear, I feel like because of fear, like I said, you've slowed down what you're putting into it. So this is reiterating, am I focused on what I want most? If you're focused completely on what you want most, you wouldn't be pulling back this kind of energy. So this is saying, one reason so few of us achieve what we truly want is because we never direct our focus. We never concentrate our power. Most people just kind of dabble their way through life, never deciding to master anything in particular. So today's soul action is telling you what you focus on grows. What you water grows. What you pour time and energy and money and resources and people and grows. If you want to kill it, you can. What you focus on grows. Today, ask yourself, is my life a reflection of my values, or do I just need to make some adjustments? It's time to prioritize. Your fear is coming through for a reason, Kethra. So this is not saying, oh, jump off the deep end like a fool and do everything just how you are right now, because don't worry, everything's gonna work out just fine. No, that's not what this is saying. This is saying your fear is valid. However, you really need to focus on, you need to listen to what that fear is actually saying. You have the fear for a reason. So yes, you are justified in feeling the fear. There is something there that you need to focus on. This is not to dismiss that. Okay? That's valid. However, that fear has something to tell you. So what is that fear actually saying? And they're not going to tell me because you need to learn this. And they're not telling you because this is what you need to learn. You need to learn what your fears are actually saying to you. This is part of your learning process, right? This is part of what you need to learn. Right? Spirit doesn't like just holding our hands all the time. Right? We're meant to be growing and learning things. That's why we are here. So sometimes, yes, it is frustrating because, gosh darn it, they just won't tell me. It'd be so much easier if they just told me. It'd be so much easier if they just told me. I'm terrified that I won't be clear or accurate enough to do it. Well, what is that really saying? Kethra? What is that statement? I'm terrified that Okay. Kethra, pretend like I'm telling you that I'm scared that I won't be clear or accurate enough to do a card reading. What would you tell me? Pretend you're the one reading cards right now, and I'm the one telling you I don't trust myself. I'm afraid that I won't be clear or accurate enough to do what I want to do. You've already done it. So have you. So have you. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? What I'm trying to say? What I'm trying to share? What I'm trying to show you? This doesn't just happen overnight. Right? Right? This does not just happen overnight. You don't just wake up one day and you're like, wow, I know how to read cards and I can like talk to spirits and like, oh, my life changed in a matter of minutes. Wow. You know this takes work. You know this takes consistency. You know you're saying you've already done it to me, but really you should be saying, Kethra, you're already doing it to yourself. That's what you should be telling yourself. Steve did it, just kidding. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you do have a life-altering event that does actually, like, holy F. Okay, I'm not saying that never happens. But there's a message here. It's a feisty Luna Star tonight. I've been doing nothing but channeling this evening, so that's why. That's why. We got some feisty learning. We got lots of learning to get done today, so that's what we're gonna do. Okay, we got things to get done, and we're tired of answering the same questions over again. We just need all of you to freaking trust yourselves. And you just sounded like Angela Johnson? I don't know who that is. I've been sounding like a lot of different people today. Yeah, I'm just slow to stop the buts and what ifs. That's not your... It's not your job. It's, again, that control thing. Everybody's wanting to control. Everybody's wanting to control. Everybody is wanting to control. I must be perfect. I must be perfect and never make an error. Already are. And the fact that you misinterpreted a card did not cause anything. You're making the statement, Kethra, I got a death card once and misinterpreted it, and so a little girl died. You're kind of saying, because I misinterpreted a card, somebody died. That's not what happened at all. So why are you listing that statement in that manner to beat yourself up? Quit. Stop beating yourself up. Quit. Please. For your own good. Please. You did not cause anything. that extracts all excuses that stop her from succeeding. Yeah. Then you just say, oops, sorry. I did my best. You don't say, I'm responsible for that. No. You had nothing to do with that. Life happens. You think you control how life turns out? Really? You think your reading caused that? You think you're that powerful? That unknowingly you would have power over the circumstances of another life? Like that's a bit extreme. I'm being extreme with that statement because I'm trying to show you how ridiculous it is that you even maybe slightly consider that. That's why I'm saying it in such a ridiculous manner. Because you need to understand how even a small statement like that, subconsciously, and the way that you're presenting that information is absolutely ridiculous. And you're doing it strictly to just make yourself feel worse. That's it. That's the only reason why you are making your statement that way. So really the only thing coming through the cards is what you focus on grows. So if you continue to be afraid, if you continue to beat yourself up, if you continue to think that you are never going to be good enough or clear enough or precise enough, then you will create just that. You will prevent yourself, and what you are currently working on, you will stop feeding, and then it will die. Because and then you'll say, well, I knew I wasn't good enough for it anyway. So quit doing that now while you're ahead. You control the wheel. Which direction do you want the wheel to go in? Do you want the wheel to go in your favor? Or do you want to keep pushing the wheel with fear behind it and get this outcome? Which one do you want? Do you want the Tower or do you want the Ten of Cups? Which one do you want? Because it's your choice. What you focus on grows. Hi, Earth. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm very feisty because I'm channeling. So I'm usually very soft-spoken and kind and not rude and harsh and and a bit extreme. I'm usually not like this. And Edward, thank you for the follow, dear. I'm usually very soft-spoken and like gentle and like honey, you really just need to be kind to yourself. Really, that's really what Spirit wants you to do, is just start trusting yourself and be kind. Hi, Harry. Thank you for the raid, guys. Welcome in. Thank you for the follows, guys. I'm very sassy right now. I was doing a channeled reading. I'm a tarot reader, channeler, empath, telepath. Thank you, bunnies. Bunnies Asaurus? Nice. I also do intuitive art. I'm usually way more calm than I am right now. But you caught me in the middle of a channeled rant. Also, Harry, thank you. How was your stream? I keep thinking that people who randomly pop in are gonna be like, why is this woman like shouting at people? And everybody's watching her just shout? What is going on? I feel like I'm shouting, but I'm really not. But I feel like I'm shouting because I usually don't. I'm usually not this hyped up. I'm usually not this hyped up. And thank you so much, guys, for all those follows. Welcome in. I'm gonna get better at my commands. So, Harry the Horror Show has just joined the Garden stream team. I mean, his name is pretty straightforward about what his stream is about. So, if you guys are interested, go ahead and check it out. I hope it's okay to say you love the hairstyle. You can say that, yes. I have such a chill vibe, by the way. Even when I'm channeling, yeah. You should see me when I'm not channeling. I'm much softer. You are taking some of Pixie's advice and mellowing out a bit. Aw, that's nice. And thank you, that one Crossmare Hipper? Crossmare Hipper. Welcome in. And Lord Huntman. And Micro. And Knit Muffin. And Fetch. And Small Fry. Thank you, guys. Is it cards every Thursday night? Basically, yeah. Basically. Rocky Horror Picture Show covers? It could be. Actually, I would watch that. Voice is so crunchy and crispy. I love it. Probably because I've been channeling for a long time and I need a drink of water. I swear, I'm usually very soft. Anyway, I don't know if I can bring that channel back. Kethra, so I hope that's okay, dear. I hope that's okay. I think you had a question, though. Is this considered harsh and extreme? I'm still new here and just lurking for the good vibes for most of it. You seem kindly to me. I have a lot of energy behind me right now. And so I feel like I'm being extra, but maybe that's not being projected out. But I feel like I'm being way extra because I'm trying to filter out and filter down so much like pointed, like get this done kind of energy. Like, please do it now. Stop asking. Like, y'all need to listen to yourself. Y'all need to do your self-care. Like, there's a lot of like do it now kind of energy coming up, and I feel like that's coming through me, and I'm usually not like that. I'm usually like, yeah, you really need to just do some more self-care. But like, I feel like this energy of now or never, do it now, quit waiting, keeps coming through. And so like I feel like I'm like beating you guys up a bit with your reads. Like I feel like I'm abusing you guys with your reads. Just because I'm not usually like that. I'm like, go at your own pace, it's okay. But they're like, no, quit it. They need to do it now. I'm like, okay. You could have sworn I was gonna say, oops, I did it again. Should I say, oops, I did it again? Do you understand what I'm trying to get across with your reading, Kethra, dear? Never seen that movie, actually. You should, because it's pretty interesting. It's a very interesting movie, and it's kind of niche. It's niche, and it's got a really good following. And, I think I would be interested. It's something to look at, Harry. But see how you feel. I would never tell you what to do. Nice mug. Thank you. And thank you for the follow, Nia. A lovely calm stream. I'm glad I can still exhume calmness when I'm like channeling viciously. The question is, if Ruth said why she came into the interview, that did not come through at all. I only felt a male presence. And I think you have a male guide. And he even came in through the card. Like, I felt him come in, and he, like, stood behind me. And then this energy came in to kind of say, yeah, that was me. Yep, you picked me up. Congratulations, I'm here. I got a lot of stuff to say. And I hope that's okay. That better be okay, because it's coming out anyway. You asked to, you said we haven't been telling you? Well, we are about ready to tell you. Why you bullying me? Sorry, Dreamless. And my imagination card says, follow your dreams. Let your dreams take flight. Focus on what you want most. Don't pinch off your resources just because you're scared. Like, if you want to kill it, yeah. I mean, that would take care of the situation. You wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. But would that fulfill you? Again, you can kill it if you want, or you could grow it. Which one do you want to grow? Which wheel do you want to turn? Because what you focus on grows. Honey, if you're so soft and calm and soft in my opinion, that's so sweet. I love hearing these types of streams. It's so enlightening and helpful. I'm glad. I've been, like, all of the messages today have honestly been so, like, one person asks a question, but it is a question that, like, everybody resonates with, which is why I didn't do as many card readings today as I would normally. But I think that's because the people who got in queue had questions that actually fit lots of people in stream, so we helped lots of people today. Like, everybody was like, yeah, man, I haven't been happy in a while. You know, I'm correlating my happiness to, like, this past event, and, like, everybody had done that, you know. Or people are like, yeah, I suppress my emotions, and, like, I just need to learn how to let it go. Like, these are things that everybody does, so it, like, took a lot of energy, and I feel like maybe that's why we were channeling so much, because it had lots of correlation. It was for everybody, even though very specific people asked. Wow. Anyway, it's been an energetic evening. Spiritual Answer says your voice is naturally calming. I'm glad. I'm always afraid, like, when that starts happening, like, people are gonna think that I'm upset with them. But it's not me. It's just me trying to filter. It's like trying to filter a dam full of water through a garden hose. I feel all of it, right? I feel it all coming in. And I'm like, okay, only so much can come out at a time. Ugh, I can't. I can't let it just, ugh. It's too much for people. So it's like, that's what it feels like. So for me, I'm feeling all of it, and I'm like, oh dear God, like, hopefully I'm not over flooding people. I hope I'm not over flooding people. Hey, The Official, thank you for the follow, hun. Welcome in. Then again, I deal with Dreamless and his boyfriend. Do you? Are you all, like, interwoven together? You're all like BFFs. There's lots of family members that hop in the treehouse. Like, I'll get a very consistent viewer, and then they'll bring their, like, brother, sister, best friend in, and I'm like, oh, hi. Nice to meet you too. It sounds like it because you and your boyfriend are chaotic. Sounds like y'all know each other. That's cute. What you focus on will grow. I'm not mature enough for this statement. It's okay, CJ. It is accurate though. Notice how even though you're not mature enough for that statement, you still recognize the truth in it. I feel like the beginning of my reading was like, it's time to stop. Yeah. Yeah, well, that was kind of the underlying energy behind everybody's reading, Matthew. It's just for yours in specific, because I was trying to filter down yours more gently too. But what kept coming through was like, no, be harsh, be harsh, be harsh. And I'm like, that's uncomfortable. I don't want to do it. Uncomfortableness is correlated to growth. I don't want to do it. It's uncomfortable. Look, even I have to learn this stuff. Come on, guys. Even I have to learn this stuff. Even I have to learn this stuff. Right now, right live. You just witnessed it. I just learned that. I've been talking about it all night, and now I have my own correlation. Law of attraction is beating us on the head. Spiritual Answer says, I was once told that I have 2 spirit guides, an old priest and a Native American shaman who was always hitting me on the head to get my attention. I don't know how real that is. Actually, that would make sense. Spiritual Answers, because I had said, didn't I do a card reading where I said your thoughts are protected? Didn't I do that reading for you? Where I was like, somebody's shielding your thoughts. And if they might be the one that's directly dropping ideas and thought patterns to you. That might be their way of hitting you on the head. Maybe an idea comes in and you're like, wow, where did that come from? God, that was out of left field. That would make sense then. It would make sense to have an old priest and a Native American. I don't see anybody though, currently. I'll let you know if you'll know. I'll secretly let you know. I'll secretly let you know. I'll be like, hey, remember that one time we had to talk? You picking up what I'm putting down? It'll be like code. People won't get it unless they've watched this instance and they keep track. Then they probably will. Your boyfriend is the officials. That's so sweet. Is there a good way to look at all of the meanings of each tarot card? You can. That's not how I work though. I'm fully intuitive. Like I did not study tarot. I did not study. No. I don't actually know the meanings of the cards. Like if you ask me what 9 of Pentacles means, I'm gonna be like, what? I don't know. You tell me. If you want a standard straight answer tarot from me, that's not what you're gonna get here. That's not what happens over here. So, sorry. If that's what you want, that's not what's gonna happen. There are lots of other tarot readers though who can do that for sure. So if you want a very by the book reading, I respect that. But that means I'm not your reader. Just being honest. That means that I am not your tarot reader. Which is fine. I don't have to be your tarot reader. You do what's best for you. You know him in real life. You just go with Dreamless and his boyfriend so they don't bring up chaos in every chat. You're like the third wheel. You're like the third wheel parent, making sure everybody behaves themselves. When do I do readings? So typically I do readings on Tuesdays and Thursday nights. Wednesdays we are also live. Usually Wednesdays is our painting days. Usually on Wednesdays we paint and we hang out and we just chat. And we kind of be normal humans for a day. Except we talk about really not normal stuff, so take that how you want. Usually paint though. But on those days, I do let you guys use your channel points for readings, generally. So even then you can get a reading. But I do have availability for private one-on-one sessions. But I don't charge anything on Twitch. But if it's outside of Twitch, that means I don't have time to grow other platforms. So I do charge simply for my time. Like if it's devoted solely to one person, I need some kind of exchange for that. But as far as Twitch goes, like, it didn't cost anything. You could be a follow and never subscribe and I would still read for you. Like, yeah. So you don't have to give me money. You don't have to give me money. But if you want one-on-one, and actually right now I have my Patreon. For those of you who want to utilize one-on-one guidance more consistently, it is actually cheaper to be a patron on Patreon than it is to schedule one-on-ones. So I've opened up one-on-ones to my patrons on Patreon. It's actually much cheaper. So anyway, that's the thing. That's actually brand new. I had not done that before. But there are certain people that want to support me and want to support what I do. And I'm feeling like other people are nervous to try it. Right? Other people are nervous to try it. So that's okay. So any of that is fine. Either way, doesn't matter. But you can get a very good read on Twitch too, so you don't have to even join Patreon. But for those of you who are interested, but you might want to look at other options, you can go over there. That's fine too. That's beautiful. Thank you, Vic. Your room is my aesthetic. I'm glad you think so. You have so many points after tonight's stream. That's what happens, Matthew. And look at the read you got, Matthew. My God. Is the queue open, Love Bug? Not now. No. We're kind of wrapping up stream. It is 12:12, so it is midnight. Yeah. Yeah, it ended a minute ago. We just finished our last person. And Harry brought all of his friends in the middle of my rage channeling. It felt like rage. It was intense frustration is what it was, honestly. It's late for those who are in Eastern time. Yeah. I don't mind being later though. Because honestly, like, I live my own life. I'm in control of my life, so I can go to bed whenever. Because I've made it to that point in life now. Which is very, very privileged for. I feel very, very privileged for doing that. So thank you, literally everybody who supports me and the stream. Thank you, because you allow me to keep doing what I love doing. I genuinely love helping you guys. even if it's uncomfortable and I have to like give you tough love sometimes. Aw, CJ. Thank you so much, sweetie. I want to support you. I don't really need anything in return. Your streams relax me, so thank you. You're welcome. I'm glad it helps. Oh, I like how Streamlabs still says this donation will be used for houseplants. That was a joke. That was a joke like forever ago. I forgot Streamlabs still says that. It may be used for houseplants. Should I buy a houseplant just because? No, I'm just kidding. Maybe I should though. You've enjoyed meeting me. Thanks, Vix. Thank you, thank you. You're gonna be AFK. That's alright. We're gonna find somebody to raid too. It's getting late tonight. But again, I am very grateful for everybody who lets me read for them. It takes a lot to trust somebody to read for you. It takes a lot to have somebody read for you. Especially somebody you just met, Matthew. So, wow, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I feel privileged. You could have gone. I know how many tarot streamers there are on Twitch. I know there's a lot of streamers who do tarot on Twitch, so there's really a lot of different people you could have gone to. You were worried yours would set everything on fire and summon Cthulhu? Your reading? Night of the Moon? But I feel better about after watching you for a few, so hopefully I'll try it on Tuesday. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes the energy behind a read is a bit aggressive or a bit pushy. Or sometimes things won't turn out how you anticipate, but usually there's a reason for it. And I'm not the one who just goes, well, it looks like you're on the path to create the worst outcome for you, so sorry. No, there's a lesson there. There's a lesson there. So we go through what the lesson is so that you can learn it, mark it in your brain, and move forward with the new path that you want to have, right? Things end. That's okay. Things end. That's fine. It's just about moving through that. What's next after something ends? It's fine. It's just the way life goes. I've never had a reading where I'm like, wow, I really regret reading. I have never had a reading where I sit back and I go, wow, I wish I wouldn't have done that reading. I've never. Because there's always healing in it. There's always healing in it. Every time. Without a fail. You just wanted to try it, Matthew. What a surprise for you. Matthew's like, I'll just get my toe wet. And I'm over here like, you mean jump off the deep end? You mean you put your toe in and I push you into the pool off the deep end? Because that's exactly what happened. Is that what you wanted? Is that what you wanted? It is people do get curious. Don't get me wrong. I understand curiosity with it. Let's see who else is doing tarot. I'm very curious. Maybe there's some new people. Well, do we want to do tarot? There's not anybody that I know of on currently. Oh no. Other than maybe? No, looks like they're done. Yeah, there's nobody currently that I can think of. Other than an ASMR channel. So do we want to try a tarot person? That we maybe have never met yet and want to say hi to? You would have gone for a rune, but I've seen that many times. Yeah. Yeah, the runes are very general. You get much more information from a card. Like, way more information. Because I'm a visual person. I learn through visual cues, and I'm a painter. Visuals are very powerful for me, so a emblem that's just lines, I'm like, it takes a lot more energy. If I were to intuitively read a rune, it would probably take forever, because me and Spirit would have to have like a side conversation about every little energy coming in, and it would be exhausting. Whereas with a card with lots of pictures, they can kind of just like point to something. And then I'm like, oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. Thank you. It doesn't take as much energy. Because when they point at something on the card, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it. Okay, you don't need to do anything else. We don't need to have another talk. We're good. You see what they're trying to say? Usually they point out with cards. Sometimes they'll show me like pictures in my head. Like they'll show me like motions of people's hands. Like I'll see a hand go like this, or I'll see a hand go like this, or it just depends. Or sometimes I'll actually see somebody. Like I've done a reading before where somebody's person like actually came through like in front of my face, and I'm like, whoa. So it depends. Everything's a little bit different. It depends on how much energy I have, how much energy they have, what they're trying to convey, what's the best way to get the message across. Sometimes words are very accurate. Sometimes the energy itself is enough and you don't need words. Sometimes words are confusing because they're not quite the right word. It's all kinds of weird. It's all kinds of weird. I'm basically receiving all kinds of information and I have to filter through it. And which is why sometimes I'll ask a lot of questions. Because I'm picking up on stuff, but I need a bit more clarity. So then more stuff will come in. Thank you for the chair. Thank you for the chair, anonymous chair. And for reminding me that we need to raid already. Let's go say hi to a new person. I could literally talk about this all day long. Like, I really could. So. And I don't mind sharing how I understand it to work. And I could be full of crap. But, I mean, honestly, like, I don't think that I am full of crap. I mean, I am full of crap sometimes. But not with this. But not with this. Viva. Ooh, Viva's doing a collective tarot reading? I don't think I've ever seen this Viva person. It's Colosum? Let's read this Colosum. See what she says. Maybe she's got lots of messages for everybody too. It's gonna be another group. It's gonna be another lots of messages for everybody involved. Let's see what happens. I mean, shouldn't have that many people watching right now. So I think we would surprise her. What a nice surprise. Which is what Twitch is all about. You could be having a very slow stream and then all of a sudden you get a raid. So it looks like she's doing a collective energy reading. Something went wrong. Something went wrong with the raid? Hold on, we have to try again. What? 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 Did she just leave, maybe? Aw, that stinks. Let's try again, just in case. Thanks for the company, Forest Fairy. My room is super tidy now. Ah, congratulations. Maybe she's not live anymore. I tried twice. Oh, maybe that's not who we're supposed to raid. Well, I guess we can try Stephanie. I'm just trying to share love, guys. That's all I'm trying to do. It's Stephanie Starsha. Let's see. See if this works. Yay! Perfect. I don't know why it wouldn't let us read the other person, but that's okay. So I've never seen this streamer before. They're probably brand new to Twitch. Looks like they're doing tarot readings, so we'll share some love with them when we hop over. We might shock them because they don't have that many people watching at the moment, but that's okay. We're full of love, so it'll be fine. Thank you for this stream. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it too. Thank you guys so much for all of your love and support. We will be live Tuesday. I really want to play an art game though, so maybe we'll play an art game sometime this weekend, because I have wanted to share an experience with you guys with that. So we might have a surprise stream, but if I do that, we most likely will not be reading cards, because I can't imagine trying to play a game and read cards at the same time. I probably wouldn't get any game playing done. But anyway, that's probably what we'll be doing. Tuesdays are card readings, Wednesdays painting and chatting with some cards, and Thursdays is card readings. So enjoy. We'll see you guys later. Have a nice night. Sweet dreams. And watch out for a surprise stream. Bye. Have a good night.